All right, hello everyone. Peace of Christ to all in YouTube, and we are already in Pal Talks. So welcome and be with us. We pray that today we will have a good topic to discuss, and we will have a good conversation to learn from. So please feel free to invite your friends on YouTube, and don't hesitate to copy the link of YouTube and paste wherever you can, Facebook, Twitter, anywhere you can. Sorry for those that are waiting to ask the questions. We have Hunter. The mic is yours, my friend. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, yes. So, CV, so my question was, in the previous video you spoke about Aisha and her age, and yes, commonly people talk about the thing with the dolls, and say that there's even a comment in the hadith saying that means that she didn't reach puberty. However, there is also a hadith, I'm posting it right here, and in this one it says that she reached the age of puberty before she went to Muhammad's house. Now I looked at like the explanation for this, and then some of the apologists, they say that the word in Arabic actually means like mature, or could be as far as they recollect. But however, the way we translated to English, translated as puberty. So since like the thing is not for us to be convinced, but like, you know, if you're debating with somebody, say, well, you know, clearly look at this hadith, it's so clear, it says that, you know, she already reached this age, so, you know, why are you trying to do this thing about dolls and everything? You know, that's like a weak sort of explanation when it's so clear here. So, and this, now if somebody who doesn't speak Arabic tries to say, well, you know, the word actually is translated incorrectly, we can get caught. So I was wondering what your response was, since you can actually understand the Arabic. So if that question is clear, thanks.
Well, this is my challenge to the Muslims, and we are live on air, right? My challenge to the Muslim to show me one hadith, just one. You see, Muslims, they have millions of hadith. I challenge them to show me one hadith. It says Aisha, she have her period before she moved to Muhammad's house. You know, sometimes the Muslims, they are very silly, and I don't know, like sometimes I feel like I'm talking to kids. Where in the hadith you just gave me it says anything about Aisha she is you know, like she became an adult? I mean, this is stupid. It doesn't say that in English, it doesn't say that in Arabic, it doesn't say that in any language anyway. The hadith actually you are posting for me, it's about Aisha. She was playing with kids, right? And she used to watch people playing, and she etc. She is not really. And there's a hadith actually, it says why Aisha she was allowed to play with toys and children's. It says simply because she was allowed by the Prophet to do so until the age of 14, because at the age of 14 she became lawful, or so let's say she have her first period. Same time the Sahih al-Bukhari is so clear. Aisha she said the Prophet he married me at the age of 6. And who in the world would believe that there's a child he have such a thing at the age of 6, right? Anyway, if you can provide me with one Muslim he have the courage and the knowledge to argue about this, let us see. Any Muslim here want to argue about it? You know, like what we would do with the Muslim books. And where is the hadith, the Muslim they told you that Aisha she reached the property age? Where it says that? Did you ask them for the hadith? It doesn't say that, my friend. Nowhere in that hadith. Where in that hadith it says that? I don't see it. Do you see it? Do you see it? I had seen my parents following Islam since I attained the age of property. So, and this is a translation where it says in the age of property in the Arabic one. Where? You know, let me show you something here. First of all, in the whole hadith, it doesn't talk even about the parents of Aisha. It's talking about Abu Bakr and never mention there what it says. Where it says, enter I received the age of the property. And the hadith you just gave me here in front of me, let me show you. It says, لم أعقل أبوي إلا وهما يدينان الدين. I never saw my parents except they are Muslims, which means I did not recognize my parents except they are Muslims. There is no property. There is no age of a property. This is stupid and this is false. And you can take the whole Arabic text into Google, post it there, and you will see not even the word property is not there. The property, like she received that age. It's a false translation. However, I believe the translator, he wanted to say, he understood it this way, that she is, when she say I never recognized my parents, she recognized them by the age she became mature, or she became able to recognize. But this has had nothing to do with the property, and it doesn't say that. The word in Arabic there, lam aqal. Let me pause it for you. And we can wait until like 5 minutes, 10 minutes until a Muslim enter here, and we can ask him live to translate this word for us, and you will see how he himself he will give you the translation. Just we ask him this translation. Who's an Arabic Muslim here? Who's an Arab Muslim here? Wait maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes until a Muslim he come in, and we will pause this for him, and we will ask him to translate, and you will see how he will give you fast translation of those people. It doesn't say anything about the age. There's no age. There's no about property, and this is false fiction. Stupid translation. How about we search for the same hadith in different website? Can we? Let us do that. This is why, you know, this is why I say, if you don't speak Arabic, Muslims, they can fool you easy. You know what I mean? They can fool you easy because you know you don't speak Arabic, and you have to accept what they are saying to you. And this is what it says there. So you take it or leave it, what you can do. All right? All right. Four 476. Okay. This is I found different website for the same hadith, and this is a Muslim website. Can you tell me what it says there? Can you see it? Even the story is different. Anyway, hold on. Open this link, Hunter. Let's be sure this is the same. Oh, this is book number 8. All right. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't say that at all. It's just a joke. And if you can get me a Muslim, he can come here to debate us about this. I will be happy to have some fun with him. Don't ever trust a Muslim translation. However, even Muslims themselves, they will not accept such a translation because it doesn't say that. The word yaqal, aql, which mean let us say aqal shay, which mean acknowledge it. You know what I mean? So when I never acknowledge my parents, but they are Muslims. Like I never noticed or never saw my parents, and for sure this has happened. For that's right, because when at the age of 6 she married to Muhammad, right? So she was very child. So all her life she know that her families are Muslims. Because if this is true, it's mean her family became Muslims when she was at the age of maturity, whatever that age is, right? Is that correct? But that will make all the other stories are false, because simply Aisha, she was 6 years old, and when Muhammad he became a prophet, she was even 3 years old actually. 6 years old when he asked for her hand. Remember, Muhammad he married Aisha 3 years after Khadija death. Correct? Muhammad he married Aisha 3 years after Khadija death. Okay, but Muhammad during Khadija life, Muhammad already is a prophet, and Abu Bakr already is a Muslim. So that's mean that Aisha, the parents of Aisha already are Muslims before she's born. Or maybe during that time, you know, like when she is born. So all of this is a fiction. Stupid. And this is what you get when you speak to little Muslim kids. And you know what we would do with the Quran? Then the Quran says in chapter 65 verse number 4, what to do with divorcing children. So the Quran is saying divorcing children, but Muhammad he did not marry children. So who are you saying Muhammad was right and Allah was wrong? Is it this is in the Quran? And you know, as long they are taking Sahih al-Bukhari, Hunter, as long the Muslims, which hadith you gave me, it's from Sahih al-Bukhari, correct? Is it Sahih al-Bukhari? Okay, if we go to Sahih al-Bukhari, it says Aisha, there's many times Aisha says I was 6 years old when Muhammad married me. That's it. So which one will it take? Why the Muslims ignore what Sahih al-Bukhari? There's no way Sahih al-Bukhari did not see that too. The same writer, the same book, and it's called Sahih. In Arabic it says clearly that the Prophet he married her when she was at the age of 6 years old. As simple as that. And there is no way any Muslim can say that this was a weak hadith. Let me show you. This is Sahih al-Bukhari, and this is the link. This is the first one. The Prophet he married her at the age of 6, and she was he have full intercourse with her at the age of 9. This is again Sahih al-Bukhari. Do you see there it says Da'if? Enter. Do you see in the link it says anything about Da'if? No, right? And anyway, there's no way Sahih al-Bukhari will be Da'if anyway. It's called Sahih al-Bukhari for a reason, for it is Sahih. So this is the second hadith. All right, this is the third hadith from the same No, this is from a Nusai. Read with me. Open this link, Hunter. Does it say there Sahih? Does it say there Sahih underneath of the link? So I mean, this is stupid, but you know, I understand the Muslims are those desperate and they try to defend, but you know. And look at this hadith here. Look at this hadith. Open this link. It says there, Sahih, Aisha, when she married Muhammad, she was playing with her dolls. The same hadith reported all over, and it is Sahih. So who is the stupid here? I mean, you Muslims, okay, how we can trust Sahih Bukhari then? If this is true, Aisha, she was married to Muhammad when she was mature. So how stupid you Muslims to have a book, it's called Sahih al-Bukhari, when it's full of false statements, and yet you call it Sahih? You must be sick. This is another one. Open. Does it say Sahih there too? Do you see it? Does it say Sahih? It says Sahih. Sahih. Anyway, I feel sorry for the Muslims, but it's okay. You know, if you are a Muslim, I mean, like, put yourself in the shoes of a Muslim. I mean, you have the most dumb, stupid religion, stupid God, stupid prophet, and then you try to defend him, and that will make you look stupid. It's not because the Muslims are stupid necessarily, but when you defend something stupid, that will make you automatically look stupid. You know, a prophet who says to his followers in the mosque, if somebody fart, if you don't feel it and smell it, it's okay. I mean, what the heck is that? This is a prophet of God? What fart? What piss? What? A prophet of God is a spiritual being who focuses in being spiritual. Focus in worshiping God, focus in knowing God, focus in getting close to God, not in eating garlic. Angels will never enter a house, or they will not even accompany a person who eat a garlic. I mean, who is the dump here? They are angels, but they cannot resist garlic. I mean, what kind of angels they are? Use your simple logic, Muslims. What kind of angels are we talking about? Vampire? Yeah, they are angels, but yet they cannot resist garlic. Allah hate garlic. What I can do? But garlic is so useful, you know. Garlic, if you go and study what is garlic is about, you will see that garlic is one of the most amazing food you can eat. If you eat every day one head of garlic, little tiny one, not the whole thing, it can protect you from having a heart attack. It destroys the bad cholesterol. It's an antibiotic. Am I heard, guys? Am I heard? All right. So to see why the Muslims act in a stupid way, look at Muhammad and you will see why stupid talk always come. I don't see intelligence in the religion of Islam. I see stupidity. And this is why here we stay. Like, you know, there's a guy want to debate me in Facebook. And then he says, Christian Prince, why you want to debate me this coming Friday? What about debate now? Oh, debate now where? Now where? In the text. Muslim, they want to debate me in text. I come here, I stay for 10 hours waiting. Any Abdul? How many times I say any Abdul? And then the Muslim, they post in Facebook when I'm not even there, and they say, what about we debate now? No, Eddie, Paltalk is not playing with you. I think this is a garlic issue. Because garlic will, angels will not enter the room, have garlic eater. I'm sure there's somebody eating garlic. I mean, this is how silly this prophet is. You know, obviously he's speaking to Muslims are a bunch of kids. He's not even respecting your brain. This is a prophet of God. Angels will not enter house have a dog in it. Angels will not accompany a person who have a bell with him. Bell? Bell? What's wrong with those angels? I mean, how weak they are. A little puppy will scare the hell of the angel. No, it's dirty, disgusting. I am an angel. I cannot see a puppy. I cannot. You know, puppies are more clean than Muhammad, my friend. This is how stupid the image Muhammad he gave in his religion to things which is supposedly, or let us say names used in many religions like angels, etc. But if you think about it, you will see how silly it is. Dogs are one of the best creatures actually for mankind. You know, who can ignore how much human being he got a benefit from the dogs? Like maybe now they are not too much important because you live in a city, you don't need a guard, etc. This is not true. Until now, dogs are very important for those who work on farming, those who work in herding, those who have sheep, those who live in the mountains, those who they are villagers. It's extremely important. It's more important than having a friend actually to have a dog. So what's wrong with this God who is afraid of a dog and he cannot send his Quran because a dog was dead under the bed of Muhammad? And by the way, I have a question to the Muslims. How the dog was dead under the bed of Muhammad for more than 2 weeks and Muhammad did not smell it? I mean, this is a dog, man. A dead dog under your bed and you don't smell it? If a little tiny mice, you know, try to do this. Put poison for a mice if you have a mice at home. Put poison for it. And this is what people do. They do put poison, but they forgot that this is a very bad mistake. Why? Because the mice will eat the poison and go die inside her hole, hiding. And then your house will stink. Because little tiny mice will make your house stink. So how about a dog who died under the bed of the Prophet, and the Prophet and his household, all the wives he have, all the females he have, they did not notice until one day one of his slaves, she's cleaning under the bed, she found the dead dog. Look like the dead dogs used to smell better than the Prophet. Actually, in the hadith it says that Muhammad used to take shower or do ablution in a water have dead dogs and garbage and women in blood different period. You remember the hadith? And maybe that explains why Muhammad did not feel the stinky smell. Anyway, for me myself, I'm a Christian prince, and I say to you, I don't want to worship a God. He is afraid of a little puppy. All right? I don't want to say hello to an angel. His name is Jibreel, and he is scared of a little garlic. Actually, you know, this is why I'm not afraid of Allah. My neighbor have dog, I don't have dogs, and I have garlic. I mean, I have double weapon. I mean, how Allah can get close to Christian prince? I have two powerful weapon, garlic and dogs. My neighbor is just I have 3 dogs. One in the front, one in the side, and one in the back. And they are really big and huge. But they don't park, by the way. I think they are I don't know, they are preparing themselves to announce themselves to be a prophet somehow. Because Muhammad was silenced for 40 years and suddenly he became a prophet. Now, do we have any Muslim here? I hope I answered your rope. I mean, Hunter, the mic is your rope, and go ahead, please, with your question.
Thank you, CP, for allowing me to take the mic. First of all, God bless everyone in the room. I hope everyone is doing okay. Christian Prince, we had a discussion with the Muslim today. and it's about a very long ayah in the Quran. It's let me give you the ayah first. CP. It's chapter 24, ayah 31. It's a very long ayah, and please, CP, if you can open it and you can see what I'm talking about. There's a part in the text. It says this: الطفل الذين CP, we know that this is not Arabic, right? But Muslims say no, you can read it as that in the Quran. Can you please maybe explain it further? And for example, we know about other problems like istakbar, that's also written as error, right? Please explain this question, and then I will raise my hand again for another question, because they are all very important questions. So mic free for now.
All right. Usually I don't talk about those issues, because here, in order to speak about it, you need to get people who speak Arabic. But anyone who speaks Arabic, right away he will see how stupid that statement is. I mean, how in the world the one who wrote the Quran, he says الطفل الذين. If I do write that, you know, I will get 0 in my grammar exam, and the teacher will make fun of me and he will kick me out of the classroom immediately. Actually, I did that before. That was for different mistake in the Quran. So I wrote the Quran, I wrote the words as it is in the Quran, and then the teacher, he was so happy to find that I made finally something stupid. You want to get revenge, you know, you want to get revenge. So he got the paper in his hand. He said, guys, look at this guy, look at him, this guy. Always he make himself smart, blah 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 blah. Look what he wrote here. Look what he wrote here. A stupid donkey will not write it this way. A stupid person who is not even 5 years old will not write it this way. So he was insulting me for like 10-15 minutes non-stop. He was so happy, so excited, because finally he got something on me. And then he said to me, how come you are not answering? Do you have anything to say? Then I said to him 2 words. I said, sir, this is how it is written in the Quran. And right away, the teacher, he was a lion, he became a rat. You know the rat? He starts actually this is a very correct way to write it. This is the correct way. Absolutely, this is the correct way. A second ago, he was calling me donkey, stupid, 5 years old kid will write it better way. And then, guys, when we arrived to that point, the ring of the classroom ring, like, you know, it's a school. So we have to go, we have to leave. The teacher, he closed the door. He don't want any student to leave. Why? Because he want to explain, he want to defend himself. Because now that the kids will go home, and they will tell their parents that our teacher, he told the guy who wrote the word as it is in the Quran that he is a donkey. And a kid is 5 years old will write it better way. So he closed the door, he locked the door. He don't want us to get out. And then he start explaining. He says, this guy is doing it perfectly. I want to say thank you. Actually, I mean, everybody was like, what? Obviously, it was a very stupid mistake of him. But because he was saying the truth, I wrote it wrong. I wrote it wrong. And he was honest. But I did it in purpose. I used to always, by the way, I used always to make fun of the teachers. Like once, let me tell you this. Once there's a teacher, he hate me. You know, he hate me. This guy, like, he want revenge. So we have an exam. So supposedly, like, I'm turning my face around and my head around, and then he said, "I got you. You are cheating. You are cheating." I don't want to change the topic, but it was funny. You are cheating. And he called the principal, and the principal, he came and he said, I saw him, he was whispering for the one before him and the one behind him, and he was cheating. And you know, and the principal, he says, is that true? I said, sir, I don't know what's wrong with this teacher. The exam today is religion, and I am a Christian, and the one before me is a Muslim, and the one behind me is a Muslim. So how I'm going to spy at them? Because the Christian, they get the questions about Christianity, and the Muslims, they get the questions about Islam. So I did it in purpose, by the way. He wanted to revenge from me, but I wanted to make him look like a joke. So I was really looking behind me and looking in front, and I wanted him to get so excited, because finally, because if he got me, I can lose the whole year, you know. So the principal, he said to him, sir, what? He's a Christian, and the guy before him is a Muslim, and the one after him is a Muslim, but he is cheating for taking information from them. Obviously you are targeting this guy. Anyway, always Muslims, they switch. They are like, they have a switch in a second. Do you remember once when we showed a Muslim, we played for him a Quran? Do you remember? And then he said there's nothing wrong with this Quran. And then when we said to him, but this is not Quran, then he said, yeah, actually I know this is not Quran. And there's a video I posted not long time ago in Facebook. I don't know if you saw it. There is a sheikh, his name is Sheikh Al-Arifi. So they have a French, he was in France, this terrorist, and supposedly there's a Christian young, I don't know if he's a Christian or atheist, I don't know, but he's a French. So he is on the stage, and they said to him, I am going to play for you, or I'm going to sing for you, two statements. One of them is the Quran, and one of them is not the Quran. And trust me, Allah will open your heart to the one which is the Quran. So after I recite both for you, I'm going to ask you which one your heart lead you that it is the Quran, the word of God. So he recite both, and then they asked the French young guy, which one you like more? He said the second one, which was not the Quran. But anyway, explaining those mistakes, it doesn't help much, because we don't have many people speak Arabic. You know, Rob Christian, he speak Arabic, I speak Arabic, but the rest they don't. But maybe if we can get a Muslim here who speak Arabic, then we can, you know, like we can translate, and we can give it some effort to make it worth it. Because you know, I always prefer to have some Muslims here to debate us, because I don't want people to see one side of the story. What is my problem with Islam? Are you sure, Rifkan? I don't have a problem with Islam. Islam have a problem with me. Islam have a problem with dogs. Islam have a problem with the garlic. Islam have a problem with zucchini. Islam have a problem with everything. I mean, name for me one thing exists in this earth. Islam does not have a problem with it. Who told me that? The Prophet. Your mic, Rifkan. We got a Muslim, guys, finally.
Hello everyone, is there any voice? You hear me? So I think that you have a problem with extremists, with violent people. So the violent people are extremists in several religions, or those with no religion too. So you have problem with violent people, not with Islam, because Islam is a religion which you can understand in the way you want, you know? And we can debate on it.
Party, we have Abdul. That's very nice, actually, if Rifkan. I encourage you to come to the mic back and explain to us, Because as I understand, your prophet himself was a terrorist. So are you saying to me the prophet was bad too? Wasn't your prophet himself a terrorist? Your mind?
Absolutely not. I think that you have an interpretation for the history in the way that you want. You are not objective. That's it. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any interpretation. I'm using Islamic interpretation, my friend. Now, what if we go to the Quran and see the Quran and the Muslim interpretation? What do you say? Does the Quran says that Allah, He ordered the Muslims to cut the necks of the enemies and cut their fingers and to cut their hands and cut their feet and to crucify them and all those torture stuff? Yes or no? Your mind?
This is a lecture and interpretation of a text a text that you don't put this text in his context, in the historical context, in the hermeneutical context, and in the theological context. That's it. So if you read Quran in the way, in literal way, you can understand what you want. So I can tell you that every democratic nation, you are listening, has a politic of defense. So there is army, there is gangs which you can fight your enemies. So even if that you are believing in human rights, in democracy, in liberal way of life, you have the right to defense, to defend yourself, your nation, your people. So you can read this text in Quran in this context, in the context of legitimate defense, auto-defense. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, but you know, the funny thing is, I am not giving interpretation for the verse. I am reading the Muslim interpretation, my friend. Can you give me the interpretation if you're a scholar for, as an example, chapter 5, verse number 33? Guys, is that fair if we read the Muslim interpretation? You see, if we are giving our own interpretation, that will be false. You're right then. But we are not giving our own interpretation. The Muslims actually is the one when they read the Bible, they give their own interpretation. But we as a Christian, we don't do that. We go and read what the Muslim scholars they say. So I want you to name for me a scholar of your choice. Name for me one scholar agree with you. Name for me one scholar agree with you. Chapter 5, verse number 33 in front of me. It says, cut their hands, cut their legs, cut their feet from the opposite direction, and crucify them. So choose for me any interpretation ever you wish, and you will see that you have no answer. Because this is not a punishment, this is torture. If somebody is a killer, okay, kill him. I have no problem to kill a criminal. But cutting his hands and cutting his fingers, and the prophet, he put nails in their eyes after he put it in fire. He gagged their eyes, and this is obviously a person who enjoyed torturing, and he is suffering from mental issues. Because this is not a punishment no more. This is just a revenge with torture. What do you say, your mind?
Okay, a good debate and a good dialogue, because right now we are in a dialogue, not in a monologue. And I'm very happy to have this chance to debate with you. First of all, you have light, because in the US there is, in our days, there is something which called death penalty. So in the US there is a legislation, there is law that you can kill a person who has killed another. So it's a death penalty. Second lie that you have told us, that that you have the right to kill others. No, mister. You know that the US Army kills every year hundreds of people around the world. You don't know that. So can you explain to me what is the defense politic of the US as a democratic country? You know, the third lie that when we are speaking about interpretation, explanation of the Quran, for example, you are giving us a human interpretation. Even if a scholar has said this or that in a moment in history, it's only his opinion. It's not the religion. It's an interpretation. So Ibn Kathir and all of our scholars in history are not at all prophets, are not at all messenger of God. They are not giving us a revelation. No, they are giving their opinion, their interpretation in their space and time. So you can't understand Quran without putting the text in the context. So in the taking in consideration the dimension of time-space. So all the interpretation of Quran in history are human interpretation that I can accept or I can reject. Okay? So your fourth lie is when you say that Quran says this or that. No, mister. You are giving us a lecture, a reading of a text without taking the conditions, historical conditions of producing this text and understanding the text. Okay? If you want to speak in academic way, I can tell you that you are committing an error. What can I say in English? Because my French is my first language after Arabic, you know. So I'm trying to express in English in a good way. So this we call it in French anachronism. Anachronism means that you don't read history in objective way, but you're putting, for example, a text out of his historical context. That's it. So if you want to understand what Quran say, you can interpret or explain or read this text in our 21st century conditions. So I can tell you that all this text, all these scriptures are not, we cannot read in it in what can I say, in a literal method, but absolutely in a new method with new tools as other religions do. So for me, there is a big challenge for all Muslims to understand their religion.
I'm going to take a nap.
In the context of 21st century. Me as a Muslim, I understand my reference, my text in the 21st values. I am democratic, I am liberal, I believe in human rights, I'm defending the human rights, I'm defending the cohabitation, living together with all nations in peace, in harmony, and to defend other people that are oppressed. So this, for me, are the absolute and the ultimate values of Islam in itself, because Islam has two big signs or two big slogans that are peace, and it's written of Islam is peace on you, and second is mercy. So these two bases, principal bases, are the basis that we can build humanity, cooperation in the world. That's it for me. Thank you.
I mean, your speech was astonishing. I feel like I want to cry, my friend. The funny, you rejected the human being interpretation for the Quran, but you just gave me yours. Aren't you human? Aren't you human too? And that's why I always see that the Muslims, they have a lack of logic and they have lack of intelligence, my friend. Same time, you just admitted that all the Muslim scholars agree with me and they are against you. You says to me you are quoting Ibn Kathir. I mean, so what we will do, we quote who? Prophet Trump? And what the USA Army have to do with what we are talking about? Did the Trump quote for you that he is a prophet of God and his God told him go and cut the hands and the feet and make them barbecue? I mean, what's wrong with you Muslims? We are talking about holy scriptures for you, not holy Trump. Trump, he is not holy. He said he grabbed women from their private part. He does. At least he wish. So I don't know what the logic of the Muslims and why you took the mic for 20 minutes, my friend, and you did not give me the interpretation for the verse. The verse in the front of us, it says cut their hands, cut their feet. What history and what 21st century? And you know what is missing is to tell me how to make falafel recipe. All the things you said to me in your speech have nothing to do with the question. So, and the funny, by the way, you said to me in academic way. A Muslim speak about academic way. I mean, you have a book, my friend, that says women have a sperm coming from their ribs. And as long as you speak Arabic, and I'm so glad that you speak Arabic. Guys, did he say he speak Arabic? That's wonderful. So we will not have a problem of false translation. He speak Arabic. Can you read for me chapter 86 verse number 7, where the Quran says that Allah, he gave or he provided sperm coming from the man backbone and the women ribs? I mean, how your God, he can make such a mistake, man? I don't think women, they have breast testicles, unless you Muslims do. So what do you say? You're mine. And now don't give me a speech, give me the interpretation. You speak Arabic and you can translate for us. I hope you will not make a speech. Chapter 86 verse number 7. Can you tell me please what it says there? You're mine. And for sure you can read the verses before it and the verses after, so nobody taking things out of context, etc. You know, take your time, no problem. What that verse is saying, you're mine.
Look, Mr. Christian, I think that you answer the questions, you know. So about the Quran, I can read for you Quran in Arabic, in French, in Spanish too. I'm speaking 3 or 4 languages, plus my mother tongue, which is Amazigh, because I'm not Arabic. I'm Moroccan from the north, with, from a people in the Mediterranean Sea, which called Rifians. We are not Arabs, and we have our way to understand Islam in a modern optic. So if you have problem with fanatic Muslims or Jews or Christians, your problem, but you should know that there is a diversity in the Muslim world.
Oh boy.
And I can tell you that I'm American more than you.
He's an American more than me.
If you want to know that, at least I can tell you one thing. If you want that I read a verse from the Quran, you can put it on the text and I will read it, because I haven't now a book in my hands. I'm speaking of, from a mobile phone. So if you want to debate about a verses, I'm here. So when you have told to me that Trump is holy or not holy, who has told you that? I think that all humans are not holy. Huh? All the humans are not gods. Even if Jesus Christ has been a human, not a God, you know? So that is my ontological view. Okay? So about the verse that you had read in the first, I can tell you what context, what is the context of these verses. Is it speaking about peaceful human that you have ordered to kill? Not at all. This verse is speaking about groups who attack the innocent people. So it gives a penalty. I can't tell you with my reason and my soul that this penalty is totally correct in its historical
Lord have mercy.
context in 7th century, but in 21st century.
You know, Rifan, I am sorry, I have to dot you. You remind me of the Pink Panther inspector. I mean, you speak forever, you say nothing. Did you watch the Pink Panther, the French movie? What's wrong with you, man? This is the verse. I want you to give me the interpretation. As simple as that. I'm not talking about violence. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about holy. And by the way, Jesus in the Quran is holy. Chapter 19, verse number 19. This is the verse. I want you to give me interpretation for it. According to the 21st century which you live in, according to you, not an Arab, according to you, you are Democrat, according to you, you are open-minded, according to you, who they are liberated, according to you, whoever you are, give me the interpretation. Read 10 verses before and 10 verses after and give us the interpretation. Don't mind.
Okay, I will read the verse, but I can tell you again that the only funny man in the room is you, because you cannot give us answers. You're putting only question. The verse says, يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay? And
okay.
I can speak Arabic with you with easy way, you know? So what is the meaning? You're speaking only about a fragment of a verse. It's not all the whole verse, you know? So what can it mean? Okay? What can it mean? What can that mean for me?
My friend, this is the question. What it does mean for you? No problem. Why you repeat yourself? Read. I just told you, read 10 verses before it and 10 verses after it. Read 50 verses before it and 50 verses after it. Okay? Read 86 verses before it and 86 verses after it. I want to know what this is mean, my friend. Can you tell us, please? You are just repeating yourself, Rifkan. Please, you are the one who mentioned. You know, I like you actually. You sound like a person we can speak to, but you are repeating yourself and trying to avoid answering the question. What does verse mean? Read all the verses you need before it and after it, and give us the meaning. Easy. We are done with this one. We don't want people to confuse with that one. We are talking about this verse now. Chapter 86, verse number 7. Idi, stop posting the Arabic for that verse. We are done with it. Rifkan, the mic is yours, my friend. What is the meaning of that verse according to you? Your mic. He will run now. He will have heart attack.
Hello?
Hello?
Is there a voice?
Hello, it's me you are looking for?
Is there a voice?
Yeah, there's a voice.
Listen to me.
Listen to me, Christian Prince.
Try to listen. Interpretation of this verse and other verse are only human interpretation for a holy text. So, the interpretation of the Muslim in the 7th, 8th century is not the same in our era.
My friend, did I ask you for the 7th century? I said you give me the interpretation. You, today, 2017, July 28. I did not say anything about the 7th century, and you speak Arabic, as you said. So can you please, Your Majesty, give me your interpretation for the verse, Your Mic?
Okay, Your Highness. First of all, I have to read the verses before this verse to have a clear context, you know, and the verses after this verse. Can you give me 3 minutes? I have to I have to search a Quran, and I will read it for you. Okay, 3 minutes. That's it. Thank you, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
May the moon God bless you, my friend. May the moon God bless you and shine his light on you. Now let me help you about where to read these verses here. Here we go. This is your Muslim link. Just click in it, and right away you will read all the verses you want before it and all the verses after it. Bingo. What do you say? So I will give you 3 minutes. I hope they are not 3 years, because you know, last time I have a person, he said he want to go to the bathroom. He was a Muslim and he want to come back. He just wanted 3 minutes, but since then he never come back. And actually I reported him to the Interpol, and they are still looking for him because we are afraid that the Red Sea swallow him or something, because as you know, the prophet, he said there's genie there. So let's see if the 3 minutes is going to be 3 minutes, not 3 years, and they will not leave the room, play dead, and then leave. I trust your word, and I trust your courage to give us the answer for that verse. And remember, you speak Arabic. Cole, the mic is yours. We give him time to find the answer. Go ahead, Cole.
Good afternoon. Am I loud and clear? Mic not open, anything like that? Okay, you got a bit of range, and sometimes the internet acts up when we get that. Yeah. A couple of things that he said. Rifkin, that's what he pronounces that. To me, they break down to two basic trains of thought. He mentioned that in democratic religions, you know, they all have laws for, you know, dealing with crime and stuff like that. He said that in response to basically saying that Islam is a violent religion, and he's trying to argue that it was not. First thing I would do, I point out that Islam is not a democratic religion. No, you know, it's not a democratic religion. I mean, it's just not. It's the rule of the Caliph. Caleb says fight, and they fight. Caleb says don't fight, they don't fight. You know, Caleb says the sky's red, and the sky's red. I mean, it just is what it is, and they're not free to do that. Second thing, he on the scholars, he waffled a bit. When CP pointed out the scholars, he says, well, the scholars are all human, so we can accept the interpretation, or we can't, or we cannot accept it. Yeah, but so is everybody else. They're all human, you know. So who's to determine what's right and what's wrong? Now the answer to that is the Caliph. If there's a Caliph, then what the Caliph says is what goes. But if there is no Caliph, as there is not now, who's to decide? You know, in the absence of supreme defining authority, you can only go to the marketplace of ideas, and it's therefore incumbent upon him to be able to prove that Islam is not a violent religion. That's where it has to go. He has to get in his back and forth in the debates with the various people, and they each advance their own ideas and let the best ones come to light. And when you do that, the ones that went out is that Islam is actually a violent religion. That's what wins out in the end. So I wanted to get that out here. I'll cut here for the sake of brevity, and let please think. Have a bit of time before the guys' 3 minutes are up. Let's see. Mike's
Hi, can I be heard? Be quick. I forgot the guy's name who was here. All I want to say, I don't speak Arabic, Rifkan. So I don't need you to tell us if you're Democrat or not. Can you just please, I've given you, well, CP has given you a verse. Get the verse. Can you explain the verse, what it means in the 7th century Arabia? No problem. We'll picture it. We'll image it. We'll imagine it. Right? You don't need to explain what we need to do. All you got to do is take the verse, bring all other verses that you like to bring in to explain your verse. You can take any hadith, anything. Please stop talking nonsense. Just explain the verse. Okay? I don't speak Arabic. I am not a Muslim. So let's just assume nobody knows about it, what it means. Forget what CP is saying. Just get the verse and explain to us what it means in a 7th century Arabia. So everybody in this room right now is living on a 7th century Arabia. Take the verse and explain it to us. Why did the verse come for? Who did it came to? What people is it talking about? And so forth. Just explain the verse to us. Thank you.
The mic is yours, Rifkan. Do you have the answer now? Guys, just be easy in our guest. I don't want people to go all over him. This guy is a wonderful guy. I can tell he is very well educated too, and he speaks 3 languages. You know, me myself, I only speak Japanese, Chinese, Portuguese, and Gypsy and cheese. I mean, let us see what he can give us after all the languages he speaks, if he can give us the answer or not. So, Mr. Rifkan, do you have the answer? You might.
Hello, there's any voice? Is there any voice? You hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So I have found that chapter, the surah is Surah Tariq. Tariq. Okay? And Christian says that he understands. I will read it in Arabic. I will read the verse in Arabic. So I will translate and interpret. Okay? Okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Okay.
Oh boy. I mean, they are very cute, man. I mean, unbelievable. I feel sorry for them. Lord have mercy. Yeah, we are waiting. Read. Should I say to you the same as the angel Jibreel he did to Muhammad first time? He squeezed him and told him read. Go ahead. So what the verse mean after all this waiting? What does this mean? Your mind.
So listen to me. I have read the chapter because it's a short chapter, a surah. Okay. In this verse, God speaks to humanity and give them arguments and facts that there is a creator for this world, and God has created every one of us as humans from a water. That is the literal translation. This water is coming out from 2 bodies. The body of man who enters in the body of the woman. That's it. The verse is very clear that God has this power to create humans with this very, very poor ingredients. So this is an argument that there is a creator. So that's it. It's not so complicated. And the interpretations of the 7th, 8th, 21st century are all interpretations for a Holy Quran absolute text with a relative interpretation. That's it. It's so easy. Don't be fooled and to be so funny. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, did I hear him saying that Allah, he says that a human being created from water come from 2 bodies? Did he say that? Okay. What is the first water of the first body and what is the second water of the second body? Explain to us, please. Your mind.
So it's only not a literal expression.
Really?
You know, you think that I'm speaking about water from the women and men. No, I have told you there is a water which is coming out from a body to another body. You know, okay? And if you want a biological interpretation, you cannot find it in the Quran. You can search for it in University of Biology. You know, so the Quran gives only an image in a way that you can understand that there is a creator. Because what is that? What do you say? What is that? So God creates man and woman from water. Water can mean, for example, sperm, and opposite of in French we say opposite. This egg in the uterus of the woman. You know, that's. But can you tell this water or not? It's your business. But the Quran gives you only an image, a picture with symbolic terms only. So don't complicate the thing, that because you're coming more and more foolish. Thank you.
You know, Rifan, I am so glad. I'm so glad that you are not foolish like me, and I am so glad that you are here to correct me. I'm so really happy to see someone like you. He tell me my foolishness. However, I want you to give me the interpretation. It says there in Arabic. By the way, I speak Arabic too. All right. Let me tell you about myself. I'm a black, blonde African American from Japan, but I speak Arabic. So, يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب. What the word ترائب mean? What the word صلب mean, and what the word ترائب? You might.
Listen, I have told you that the interpretation of two terms like صلب and ترائب can be changed in the time-space factor. So what can the people in the 7th century understand is not.
My friend, this is an Arabic word, had nothing to do with the 7th century and 21st century. And your God, he was speaking to them in the 21st century or in the 7th century. So how people at that time would understand it? Are you saying to me that Allah, he chose the wrong word, so he got the wrong understanding, for he chose the wrong timing? Allah, he wanted to speak to them in the 21st century term, but he spoke to them in the 7th century, then they got it wrong? The word in the 21st century and the word in the 7th century still have the same meaning. At-tara'ib mean the bones of the ribs, specifically the location of the necklace. So what does have to do with the 21st century? After 1 billion century is going to be the same. It's the same word and the same meaning. As-sulb is the backbone. At-tara'ib is the location of the necklace of the ribs of the women. So it says in the Quran, this water is gushing fluid coming from between the backbone and the ribs of the women. Your mic, because men didn't have to rape. This is for the women. Your mic.
I think now you have discovered yourself, but you have no no knowledge in semiotics, in semiology, in linguistics, and all of this disciplines, because you think that a word in the 6th century in Arabic or in French or in English in
Okay, Rifan, let us have a challenge, me and you. Hold on. Can you show me an Islamic dictionary in the 21st century says that the word tara'ib does not mean the location of the necklace of the ribs of the women? Can you? Guys, is that fair? We will take it in the 21st century meaning. No problem, no problem, my friends. Stop giving me speeches. Give me a dictionary of your choice. Prove your point to be right. What the word tara'ib mean according to the 21st century dictionary? Give me the one. You're mine. I want to see it. Otherwise, you are forcing me to go right now to the internet and show you from the 21st century dictionary, which is called Al-Ma'ani. Al-Ma'ani is a new dictionary made by Muslims. It's not printed 2,000 years ago. It is in the 21st century, and it is in the internet, and it is in Arabic and English. Do you want me to show you? You might.
You have made me laughing because you don't know that soul means also iron, metal. It's not only the meaning in which you are focusing, you know. So second thing,
my friend Algerian boy, you do not speak Arabic. The word sulb, when it speak about a human, we are talking about bones. Human don't have inside them a piece of metal. Have you ever heard of a human inside him he have testicles made from steel? So this is about bones, and that bone is called a sulb in Arabic, for it is located at the end of his ass. So stop being someone claiming to know Arabic when you do not know Arabic. A sulb specifically is a bone located at the end of your bum. And why it's called a sulb? Because simply, if you even burn a human being, still that bone will survive, because this is the hardest part of the body. So stop being an ignorant and give me the answer based on the Arabic. Can you give me an answer from the Arabic language? Use a dictionary. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You're mine. هل أنت أمريكي؟ إيه أنا أمريكي. أنا أمريكي. Rifkan, the mic is yours.
So I think that you have lost your nose. So that's what you're putting red on me every time. So we are in dialogue, and I have the right to give you my answer, because you are not answering on my questions. I have told you that interpretation is not a language which is connected only with dictionary. No, the interpretation is also a matter of disciplines, other disciplines, which are called semiotics. Do you know what it means?
My friend, I'm not giving you a dot because I'm losing my patient. Somebody else will bounce you from 10 hours ago. Until now, you refuse to give me one proof of what you say. Can you give me one proof of what you say? Or what I'm asking you for is a proof. I can show you a reference from your Islamic books saying it clearly that the word tara'ib mean the ribs of the women, specifically the end of it in the top, the side of the neck, not down. And the word sulb mean the backbone of the man. So do you have something to prove me wrong? Do you have something to prove me wrong? As an example, now I can provide you with the fatwa. Fatwa is made in this century, not in the time of Ibn Kathir. All right? Do you want me to show it to you? Do you want me to show you the fatwa? Which is, let me see, this fatwa is made when? This fatwa is made this year, my friend. What do you say? Brand new. What do you say, my friend? So can you give me a proof of what you claim, or you are just fabricating issues trying to defend the foolishness of the God of Islam, the moon god? You're mine.
So you want to understand holy scriptures, a holy book, without doing efforts. So to understand the text, you don't have to open a dictionary only. You have to study also semiology, semiotics, linguistics, several disciplines in 21st century to understand not only Arabic, French.
That's false, my friend, because Allah himself is the scientist of all scientists, correct? So why I want to waste my time and to study somebody from France, his name is Detective Kodzo. Allah is the one who is telling me how he created the baby, And the Arabic word is so clear. There's a backbone and there's a ribs of a woman. And all your scholars agree. Are you telling me all the Muslims who speak very well Arabic, the scholars, they get it wrong and you get it different? Guys, is that possible, or this guy is being really weird? All the Muslim scholars, Ibn Kathir, At-Tabari, Al-Qurtubi, blah, 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 all of them, they say this is the word as-sulb mean the backbone, and the tara'ib is the ribs. So how come all the Muslim scholars get it wrong, my friend? Are they stupid? You're mine? I have no answer for your question. I thought I'm the one who asked a question, not you. Abdul, listen. Give me one proof. And the funny you are saying we should not go to dictionary. So we go where? We go where if we don't go in dictionary? This is the language is not used now nowadays. Nobody used the word as-sulb and nobody used the word tara'ib. So how we can know what this word mean without going to see the dictionary? I mean, isn't it funny? You are asking me not to go to dictionary. So where do you go yourself to learn the word meaning from? If you do not know, if you do not go to dictionary, how you learn the meaning of the words? You're mine.
Okay, calm down, my brother. You know, in dialogue, you have the right to put questions, but I have to give you a question. I give you my answer, and you haven't answered. Do you know what does it mean? Semiotics, semiology, linguistics. Do you know what does it mean? Take a mic.
My friend, I have a PhD in eating garlic. According to the Prophet, the one who eats garlic, the angel will not speak to him. That is my knowledge. I have a PhD in farting. The Prophet, he taught us, if you fart, you cannot enter the mosque, and if you do so, your prayer is not accepted. I have a PhD in mosquitoes because the Prophet, he blessed them. He blessed the lice and the fleas because they are the one who woke up the prophets to pray. This is my knowledge. Don't ask me questions about things I do not know. We're talking about religion, my friend. Your God is the one who says there's a water gushing fluid. It's a gushing fluid, not sweetness. Gushing. You know what gushing is? Huh? And what about I show you what your prophet, he explained the gushing fluid. Your prophet, he explained them in the hadith. He says that the women water is yellow and thin, and the man water is white and thick. Here we go. The prophet of Allah is a doctor. He's expert with those things. He spent his life sniffing there. The women water is yellow, and the man water is white and thick. So do you accept your prophet interpretation for the verse or no? You're mine.
You have right now recognized that you don't know anything in semiotics and linguistics and semiology. So good. Second thing, if Muhammad has said that or not, we have to verify the authenticity of this saying. Okay. Second thing, if he has said that, we have to interpret these words. How can we understand what he? That's very simplistic, very superficial, literal. You don't have the open-minded to understand what other people say, what other disciplines say, what other academic specialties, or I don't know how you call it in English, how the universities, how the academic centers threats or studies these texts. So I think that you have given you have dispelled your level and your ignorance. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, I think it's time to get you busted. This is the hadith, and it is verified. It is sahih. Guys, everybody in the room, open the link. Does it say there it is sahih? Does it say there it is sahih? It is sahih. It's what? It is sahih. Sahih. So according to your prophet, the men have a water and the women have a water, and whoever comes first, the baby will be resembling the parents, which means will be a male or a female. Do you see it? And it is sahih. So are you going to say to me now, your prophet, he got it wrong too? Did your prophet get it wrong? Look like it. Your mic.
Listen, man, who has told you that it's authentic? That's the first question. Second, who has told you that it's...
Sir, can I answer the first question? It says there, it's sahih. First of all, this is one of the 6 books of sahih. In case you are ignorant about Islam, there is 6 authentic books in the Muslim Sunni sect, and this one of them is one of those 6 authentic. Secondly, in that website, which is a Muslim website, it says sahih. People in the room, does it say the word sahih there? Does it say that there? It does. So it's not my problem, it's your problem. Prove to me it's not sahih. Prove it to me. You know what? This might challenge for you. Show me that one Muslim website says it's not sahih. Challenge. You know what challenge mean? Challenge. And honest to God, if you show it to me, huh, I am going to sleep today without my shoes, which is a normal for an Arab guy. And I will take a shower tomorrow after 10 years, which is normal for us. So can you prove it to us, your mic?
So you have to prove that it's authentic. If you have this in a site, please don't read me. Huh? Stop. Peter, read the
I have to prove it.
Before I tell him I finished my answer, if you like. Okay. Second thing, who has told you that this translation is correct? Okay. So.
My friend, listen carefully. Everybody is laughing at you. Give us the correct translation. Secondly, prove to us that this is not correct hadith. Prove it. Did I stop you? All Muslims agree that this is sahih. This is the Arabic, and you translate for me what it says. And actually, I agree with you. The translation is not correct. The correct translation should say that the child will resemble the parents as male or female. This is what resemble is about, you know. It's not about just he look like the parents. Anyway, the child always will look like the parents. But the question is, what is going to make the baby a boy or a girl? And your prophet is giving the most beautiful, smart, intelligent answer. If the men have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy. If the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a girl. But according to your prophet, women have orgasm and they have a sperm, and the sperm of the women is the yellow water, and this is where the baby is created from. Is that accurate? You might.
Now you are so funny, really. You know, because all what you are saying is nothing, only but bullshit. I prefer to discuss about the believing of Muslims. We believe in one God. We believe in attributes of this God. For example.
I mean, how funny you are, Ifkan. Who cares if you believe in 1 or 5? I mean, what 1 mean? I mean, this is funny. How you can say God is 1, my friend? Do you count God? Is he a number? The second you say he is 1, he have to be one of others. One of what? Huh? No wonder the Quran says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ Allahu Ahad. That means he is one of. In Arabic, the word Ahad is one of, not one. Abdul, don't change the topic. Nobody cares if you worship one God, one Trump, one Obama, one Hillary Clinton. I don't care. None of my business. I want to know what kind of God, who is 1 God or 2 God or 5 God, he says such a stupid thing. What kind of a prophet who worship 1 God, he say that women, if she have orgasm first, she have a yellow water and the baby will resemble the parents because of that water. honest to God, if I marry a woman and she have a yellow water, I will divorce her immediately. I mean, what the heck? That means she's cheating. I mean, why did she get in the yellow water from? There's a leak. The woman, she have a yellow water, and that is a sperm, and that a baby is coming because she have yellow water. Explain to us. And what about you explain to us the hadith? Here we go. This is a different one, guys. This is a different one. This is different hadith. It says there Sahih. It says there what? Sahih. Read it. What do you say? Are you arguing with Dr. Muhammad? Are you saying that Dr. Muhammad, peace upon him, as-salas, Allahumma salute him and pray on him? Are you saying Dr. Muhammad was wrong? Your mind?
Are you really trying to open a dialogue with a Muslim about essential topics? Because I can assure you that the majority of Muslims have never heard about this bullshit that you are speaking about. Thank you.
Guys, did this guy, he said bullshit? Did he say bullshit, or the Christian Prince, he said that? I just made a Muslim says that the words of Allah and the words of his prophet is bullshit. Because it's not me who's saying that, my friend. This is your Muslim website, and this is your Muslim books, and this is your prophet. It's not me. I'm not the one who's saying that. I did not even say a word. It's your prophet who said that. That if a woman have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy. And if the man have orgasm first, the baby will be. I mean, look like you're getting close. You're out of Islam. Mabruk. My friend, Mabruk, you're out of Islam. You just accepted that Muhammad is saying bullshit. By the way, I don't know why American they say bullshit. I mean, we don't say bull around. We should have changed that. We should say Hillary shit, Obama shit. I mean, we have Obamacare right now. Listen, can you give me the answer for the sake of your Allah, the moon God, the one God, the two God, the three God, the five God? What is the answer for all of this? This hadith exists all over, and it is always accepted by Muslims. So when you are going to give me the answer, you never give me any proof that any of those hadith are not accepted. I gave you many proof that those, it says clearly that they are sahih. And obviously you are trying to run away from the topic. By the way, guys, if you are a Christian man and you ever want to date a Muslim woman, I warn you. Muslim women, according to the Quran, if they take off their bra, you don't see breast. You see breast testicles. Because the Quran says that women, they have a sperm coming from their ribs. And only Allah knows what is behind those ribs. And actually, you have to be really, you have to be aware of how shocking what you will see. Don't look at the TV. The women, they have nice breasts. This is false. The truth is, in the Quran, my friend, women have a breast testicles. Those are not boobs. Those are balls. Women have balls. Now I know why once in an American movie, a woman, she said to other women, don't you have balls to say to your husband that he's wrong? And I was saying to myself, how she said that to her? A woman saying to a woman, don't you have balls? But now, after reading the interpretation of the Quran and the word of wisdom from the Prophet, peace upon him, I got it. Now we knew what happening. Women, they got it. And the funny man, the male, he think he is the only one, he have it. But the Prophet, he got them all busted. What do you say, Rifkan? Your mic.
No, I say that your God, Jesus Christ, has testicles. Thank you. Your God has testicles or penis.
Are you saying your God, Allah, don't have testicles or penis? Your mic.
I say to you, God bless you all. Thank you. Bye bye.
What the heck? Sorry guys, I could not hold him for longer. I mean, you know, look how funny the Muslims. They want to say to you how Jesus is God, but he have body parts. The Holy Spirit in the Quran, my friend, the Holy Spirit came in the shape of a man. I mean, how you call it holy and have balls then? Jibreel, he came to Muhammad in the look of a man. His name is Dihya al-Kalbi, and obviously this was his boyfriend. I mean, from the whole town, he could not find someone else to look like him except Dihya al-Kalbi, the guy who is gay, and obviously he's a homo, and he is very handsome, and the men, they go and, you know. So when a Muslim, he speak about the Messiah, he always desperate to prove to us that the Messiah cannot be God, but they can't explain to us how the Messiah, who is just a man, he can create from the mother bird. He said to the blind man, see, he saw. He told the man who cannot walk, he walk. He pointed his finger at the sky, and God, he sent for him a 5 sandwiches, according to the Quran, full of whales. I love to eat whales. I mean, imagine big sandwich, each one of them have a whale. Oh man, I'm going, man. Imagine all of you, I invite you for a whale sandwich. Like everybody take a bite from somewhere. Do we have any Muslim here? And no, you are not a Muslim, Imam. Get out of here. I know you. You are a troll. Don't come to my room. Don't come to my room. I don't have a place here for kids. No, he is not a Muslim. I don't like people who they are liars. I don't like anyone to fake anything. If you are a Christian who fake, you are fake, get out. If you are a Muslim who fake things, get out. I want to speak to people who they are truthful, at least defending their faith. I'm not a kid here to waste my time. There's many people, they come to those programs, they are desperate looking for attention. That's why they keep moving from a room to room, and maybe they can put some light on their head. We don't want those people. All right? Our time is priceless, especially after we discover that women, they have a sperm and it's yellow. I will never drink any yellow drink. Unbelievable, man. What if they put for you there something there, huh? And it's yellow. How you will know? Cole, the mic is yours. How did Allah know it's yellow? No, Muhammad the one who said it's yellow, not Allah. We have to be honest. You see, Muhammad always his nose is there, so he's an expert. He looked like, you know, open up. Okay, wife, open your legs. Let me look at your water there. Ah, what the color? What the color? Hey, bring the light here. Bring the light. Okay, open more. Open your legs more. Ah, look, you're yellow. And let me see how thick it is. Ah, it is thin. I'm expert. Expert, Muhammad, expert. I mean, unbelievable. Who in the world knows this? I mean, guys, imagine, Lord the Messiah, forgive me. Imagine, guys, if your Lord the Messiah, he says such a statement, what you would do? Honest to God, aren't you all of you going to leave Christianity? Look and read the amazing words of the Messiah, and look and read the disgusting conversation of Muhammad. But remember, the Prophet Muhammad, he knew it all. He cannot keep his mouth shut, so he want to tell them. And I believe that the story there, by the way, it's about the Jews. The Jews always, they make fun of Muhammad. They send him a guy to ask him 3 questions, and look what the question is. Prophet of Allah, we want you to answer us 3 questions. Nobody knows the meaning, the answer of them, except the Prophet of God. The Prophet, he said, Ah, okay. So nobody knows the meaning of them except the prophet of God. So if I know the answer, that's me, I'm a prophet, right? They said, right, prophet, right? So they gave him the 3 questions. And right away the Jews, they said to him, absolutely, you are right. Like, look how stupid the story. If there's nobody knows the answer of them except the prophet of God, how the Jews know the answer? Like, should I hit myself in the wall? If nobody knows the answer of those questions, how the Jews accept his answers according to the story? It's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's so interesting. Imagine your close your eyes, guys. Imagine yourself Abdul for 5 minutes. Imagine, close your eyes, especially guys here. Girls, don't close your eyes. I know you get jealous, girls. Imagine, close your eyes, and now you are in heaven. You are in the door of heaven, and Allah right away He give you 2 drinks of water. One will make you white because no black is allowed, and the other one will make you 60 cubit tall. And right away you will turn white and you will look like Joseph. I mean, I want to look like Joseph. Finally, man. Finally, I want to look good. I mean, each time I want to talk to a girl, she said to me, like, what the heck? Do you think the order, if there's no man in this earth, I will not marry you. Finally, I will look like Joseph. I cannot wait to drink that water. I mean, how does Joseph look like, man? To the point Allah will make all the Muslims like Joseph. Like, what is that? Copy paste, copy paste. Everybody look like Joseph. And the question here, by the way, why Allah did not make Muhammad look like Joseph is Joseph is the best looking. You see, the Muslims, they make videos about how beautiful the prophet. I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon. Come back tomorrow, guys. I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, I look at the moon, I look at the prophet, and man, the prophet, he won, and the moon, he lost. But yet, after all of this, Allah will make us in the look of Joseph. You know, when I was doing a seminar, you know, the last one I did, after I finished the seminar, I was talking about just Joseph, and people, they were dying from laughing. And then they have, after the seminar, like, they have food. I did not eat, but anyway. And guys, you will not believe it, how many guys there were in that room. All of them, their names is Joseph. And during the seminar, I said, whose name is Joseph here? I thought they are joking, you know, because we are laughing and we are having fun. So many, they put their hands up, and then after that, I noticed that all of them, their name is Joseph. This is true. And one of them, guys, he have a broken teeth in the front, and he said to me, he's a very humble person. He said, I'm very sorry for the Muslims because they will look like me. I am Joseph. You have no teeth. His lips is going inside. You know what will happen to you if you have no teeth. You know what I mean? And like you have one is like there's only one left. He looked like very funny. And when he said that, I could not take it. Unbelievable. Cool. What's your name, man? Joseph, your mic.
Unfortunately, I am not named Joseph. Too bad for the Muslims. They don't look like me. It's a good thing. I'm a good-looking guy. Well, had a couple of comments for Rifkin, and he ran off. You know, he was on back and forth for quite a bit, at least 30, 40 minutes. And I don't remember him actually telling us what the verse meant. Now, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it. I stepped away for about a minute or two somewhere, but when I came back, unless it was in that 1 or 2 minute window, I missed where he actually stated what any of the verses meant according to his own meaning, his own interpretation. You know, he kept talking about semiotics and the study of languages and things like that. there's no webcams in here. You can turn off the webcam. But yeah, he never said what the verse meant. And I wish I could say that this was the second or third time I've seen it. But what you got is he sounded like one of those liberal Muslims questioning whether Sunnah on the side is actually authentic or not, and try to put that standard on CP to prove that it was authentic, when actually it's the other way around. It's Sunnah on the side. It's one of the 6 authentic hadith. If he wants to claim that it's not authentic, he has to prove that. Likewise, if he wants to prove that Islam is not violent, he has to prove it. The burden of proof is on him. And it's not something he can do, understandably. And that's where you get all of this reaching. He wants to appeal to authority. He wants to appeal to the language, but he doesn't want to accept language for saying what it says. He wants to appeal to, say, well, you can't use your own interpretation. But then when you use the interpretation of the scholars, he doesn't want to use those. It's a rat race. No, not a rat race. It's not what I mean. Shell game. That's the phrase. It's a shell game, a bait and switch. And people like that, they keep switching. They keep switching until, I guess, until you pin them down. CP, I don't know how you do it or how you have the patience to do it. It's a gift, really, because I can't imagine being that patient. It's like, trying to hold water in your hands and it just keeps running out. They keep changing. All of this in an effort to escape the obvious truth that Islam, the ideology of Islam, the scriptures are all over the place. They're all over the place. They say some of everything, and trying to actually pin it down to say any one thing is very difficult. But when you have a situation like that, then the burden of proof, the ties, I should say, the ties go to the more violent interpretations, because they're going to use violence. If you want to prove a point, say that this is not violent, then you have to have, dead wood, conclusive ideas to prove it is not. Because eventually you will end up in the marketplace of ideals and the back and forth, trying to convince the masses that your point of view is correct. And if your material is ambiguous, at best, and as Islam is at least actually outright contradictory in some places, then the interpretation that let people exercise their faces, raw emotions, is what's going to win out in the day. That's what you have with Islam.
How is the voice, guys, on YouTube? Is it good?
Have a sufficient theological basis to restrain.
Let me know, please, if you have a bad voice or something.
Desires. That is the flaw. And you get somebody like this guy who lives in a democratic nation, and he doesn't want to admit that, and you start to get these gymnastics and stuff like what he went through. Well, you got to study this and you got to study that. You can't read it at face value. But then when you go to the scripture, to the scholars, the people who didn't take it at face value, who spent their whole lives reading this, trying to interpret it, he wants to reject that too.
His voice is low.
It's a shell game. He's just doing gymnastics, trying to rationalize for himself. But the good news for him, though, is that
I think now is better.
Not for him personally, but for Muslims, is that this won't last long. People are onto it now. The sources are out there on the internet, and most of it is being translated every day. As I've said many times before, we're going to turn it inside. We will get to the bottom of what it actually says and what it actually means, and that will be exposed for all the world to see. How talk rooms like this and YouTube feeds, are just the beginning of it. So that's it. That's all I've got for right now. Christ is Lord, and the mic is free.
All right, my friend, thank you very much. Christian Prince, are you there? No, I'm not there. I mean, English is funny, by the way. I mean, think about it. Somebody says to you, are you there? But I'm not here. I'm not there. I'm here. I mean, the one who made the English is really weird. Are you there? I'm here. No, I'm not there. I'm here. Are you here or there? Do we have any Muslim here? Ahmad, he has a question. No problem. Put your hand up. Whoever have a question. We are here to answer and to discuss. All right. Al was added to create a phrase to Al-Ilah. You see how smart you are, Constantine. Your name, your God name is not Ilah to add Al to it. And the proof is very simple. Chapter 1, verse number 2. It says, Alhamdu li lah. There's no Ilah. There's no Ilah. Hamdu li lah. Li in Arabic mean to. To who? To lah. So li lah. Who is the Muslim would like? Ahmad is I see the text of Ahmad. Ahmad obviously he's an ex-Muslim who just became a Christian, guys. So we are happy for you, Mr. Ahmad, that you became a Christian, and may the Lord bless you and take care of you. All right, just keep walking with the Lord, and He will open doors for you. The Lord, our Lord, is amazing Lord. You see, guys, because of what I do, the devil, he closed for me hundreds of doors. You believe it? Because of what I do. As an example, if I want to apply for a job, you cannot imagine how hard for me to get a job, because who's going to hire me? Many, they are covered. They will be afraid to hire someone like me. But the Lord always, He opened better doors. The mic is yours, Ahmad. Go ahead. I don't know if his mic is working or not. All right, maybe he is using the phone or something. No problem. Do we have any Muslim here want to speak? Do we have any Muslim here would like to speak? No Muslim? We can call Zakir Naik. Should we call him? Assalamu alaikum, brother. I have a question about the science in the Quran. Why in the Quran, why it says that the man have a backbone and the women, she have a sperm coming from her ribs? Brother Fitter, first of all, those questions usually they are coming from people like Christian Prince. First of all, the Quran didn't say that. The Quran says that there is a garden fluid. You know garden fluid? If you water your garden, as an example, there's a garden water come from the garden hose. Open the faucet, as an example, open the faucet. Hey, my wife, open the faucet. No, not this faucet, the other faucet. Not the wine faucet, the other, this is the milk faucet. The water faucet. Sorry guys, my wife is Chinese. I asked her to open the wine faucet, she opened the beer. Unbelievable. I mean, where is the Muslim scholars? Where is the ones who defend Islam and they are so proud about Islam? Where are they? Can we get one? Can we borrow one? Can we rent? Somebody's saying CP is mocking Zakir Naik. I'm not mocking Zakir Naik. He's mocking himself. The guy, they ask him, why a Muslim woman, she can't be a prophet? I mean, look how stupid he is. He said, brother, if a woman, first of all, I have to confirm, in Islam, there's no woman to the prophet. The reason in Islam there's no woman to the prophet, because if a woman to become a prophet, they have to read the congregation. If they read the congregation, they have to bend over. If they bend over, everybody will look at her ass. I mean, look how stupid he is. This is an answer, and there's tens of thousands are watching. That a woman in Islam cannot be a prophet because people will look at her ass. May Allah ask you. I mean, he's being truthful. Imagine there's 10,000 Muslims praying to Allah in Al-Aqsa mosque, and there's a woman, she bent over. They will forget about Allah, they will forget about heaven, they will forget about everything, they will forget about the Jews. Everybody will be focusing in the ass of the woman in front of them. Unbelievable. No worry, Ahmad, no worry, no problem. Do we have any Abdul here? Who is a smart Muslim? I hope I'm not insulting Muslims when I say any smart Muslim. Please forgive me. Please. Any smart Muslim? This coming week I have a seminar, by the way, and I hope it's going to be good. Well, always is going to be good anyway, but I mean, depend how the people will receive it. Last time I had a seminar, somebody told me, don't you think you should work in a comedy show or something? Oh man, no, it's in the state here. It's in the state, not far away from me actually. I would take the Buraq. That's why it's not far. You know, the Buraq is the best technology. I mean, there's no oil, there is no gas, there's no battery, there's no engine failure. You just ride this mule and he fly. I mean, he take you wherever you want. You don't even need to tell him. You just go. Anyone knows where Al-Buraq name is coming from? Al-Buraq? Where the name is coming from? Who knows? Al-Buraq is coming from the word barq. Barq, which means thunder. Thunder. You know? And that will make Allah look stupid again. Why? Because if Al-Buraq is in the speed of the thunder, that will make him very slow still. Because imagine if Allah is living behind all the galaxy, how the Buraq can take Muhammad from the earth to the seventh heaven that fast and come back. Otherwise, why Allah he called him Al-Buraq? Any Muslim have an answer? Any Muslim have an answer? I don't know where he left the Buraq, but anyway, you know. But when he came back to Jerusalem, according to Muhammad's story, Jibreel, he put his finger in the rock in the side of Al-Aqsa, and he made a hole and he put a ring there, and he tied Al-Buraq there. This is why fingers can be very harmful. You know, don't disestimate the fingers. Imagine if Jibreel he gave us a finger. I mean, if he can open a hole in the wall with his finger, I mean, you can imagine what he can do. Please think. How are you, my friend? The mic is yours.
Thank you, CP. I hope you're all right. God bless everyone in the room. The guy who was earlier, Rick Farmer, whatever his name is, obviously I had no hope that always the Muslims, they come like, you know, I am liberal, I am about loving, about peace, you know, Islam is peace, you know, all this. It's total nonsense. They hope, well, to be honest, they're hopeless. I mean, the guy that didn't answer anything. All he was debating is, look, you need to read the context, the verse after it, blah, 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 and so forth.
Hey guys in YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Remember, those who subscribe to our channel, at the end of the month, we have Jibreel is coming and he will have delivery. We have a lot of nice versions. Now, I said to you the same last month, right? That at the end of the month, Jibreel will come and will give us delivery of versions. However, last month, what happened because of Obamacare issue, we could not deliver the versions because we want to be sure first they are covered by the health care of Obama. So we delay the delivery of the versions just for like it's you know, they are coming. Just wait, have patience. All right. So if you are in YouTube, subscribe please if you want to get your versions. And if you are a woman, I don't know what to say to you. We will not give you a version, but we can give you hummus. I think hummus is good. Men, they like versions. Women, they eat hummus. Okay.
You know, I had gone well over 20, and I come here and see the new ones, and I'll go, which one to pick? But I think it's one of those videos that I would like to do, but it's really difficult because there's so many of them. Like, but I was wondering if any of you guys have any favorites. For example, in hadith, my favorite hadith is the one about where the 10 sackling, where you sack the nipples, which is a shame we don't have it anymore. The one where Muhammad goes to heaven and he knocks on the door, Jibreel answers, angel answers, yes, who it is, and he goes in, and then he goes meets Moses, and he asks Allah for 50, and then he goes to 40. You know, he's doing a deal with Allah, and then he goes to 5 prayers. That one, Allah hadith is where basically he tried to commit suicide, and Jibreel grabbing him from the throat, him on a pool of dirty water, that sort of thing. But it's so many of them, it's ridiculous. But maybe I'll try and do top 20, and I'm sure you guys probably would say that you haven't got your own top 20's favorite there, because it's impossible. Because there's so much you can debate about Islam. This I mean, everything. Like, you know, when CP asks the Muslims sometimes, you know, pick a chapter in the Quran. Any chapter you pick, just go on it, and you find all this stuff that doesn't make sense. So it's absolutely ridiculous. And I can't believe, like that guy who comes here, he says he speaks 3 languages or 4 languages, how many he spoke, and he says he's smart and, you know, clever guy and so forth, and they come as if they're educated and thinking people and that. And then when it comes to logic, nothing makes sense. It's absolutely ridiculous. They can't back it up. But I think the problem is with, and I think I've said it before, is that with Muslims, that from the age they're able to speak or even hear, to hate the Christians. They have been told that Muhammad is the example of mankind, that they have been told that there's nobody better than Muhammad. They've been told that Islam is the best, and they have been brainwashed. So by the age of 5, they're already mullahs in Islam. And then it becomes very difficult for them to leave Islam, because you've got to remember is that they have been raised all their life believing that it's true. And for you to tell them that it's false, it is a natural instinct. The self-defense mechanism comes in. And people don't like to be told they're wrong. So they come and then they try and defend it. But obviously it's difficult, because you cannot defend Islam. I wouldn't be able to defend Islam with any debater, because there's nothing to defend. You're absolutely naked. It's like you're completely naked. So I feel bad for them, because they are brainwashed like that. They are from a very early age, so it's not easy. And then they got the relatives and the friends who obviously they can't just leave the community. You know, it's like a mafia gang. You can't leave the mafia. You can't leave the gang. You have to disappear completely. But these people, they want to stay in contact with their families, so it is very difficult. Even for the younger generation, I meet them every now and then. Even for fasting, they have to pretend that they're fasting. But you know, when they're away from their family, they're smoking and they're doing all of this. But when they go home, they even tell me. You know, they tell me, oh yeah, when I go home, I have to tell them I'm fasting. You know, that sort of stuff. And this is what happened. This is what it is. Unfortunately, these people are in. Not only did Muhammad keep in prison and kill people and oppress people at this time, that still lives on in a free world, in prison, in a free world, in a democratic countries, even in that, because it's impossible to. It's almost like impossible to leave Islam. But obviously, those people who want to leave Islam, they've left Islam, they've made the right choice, they've opened their eyes, and they just left it. And that's what a human being, somebody who makes their own decision, who is independent thinking, who basically studies things and chooses what they think is best, they will leave Islam. But that is a problem with Muslims. I feel sorry for them. Well, I could understand your father that wanted to kill you. I've got my brother had a child with a Muslim woman because it was a young age, and it was an unwanted pregnancy. And I can tell you that she's 4 years old, and already the Muslim grandparents have told her that Christmas is bad, Christians are bad, and all of this. And she's only 4 years old, so that's why I'm saying that. And that's my niece, essentially. So that's the reason why I'm saying that. You know, this was something that he did in a young age, a mistake that he did, but that's what happened. And the problem is, you know, she's a young little kid, and their grandparents and so forth, they're already telling her to hate Christians. Christmas is satanic, Christmas is wrong, and all this. You know, it's just telling them hate. And this is in a Western world. This is not in Saudi Arabia. This is not that. So this is what Islam is. It's absolutely crazy that to think that in the 21st century we have people who supposedly have access to all information they want and still believe in this stuff. Anyways, thank you, CP. I took too long. Mike is free. God bless.
No problem, my friend. You can talk as much as you want. You know, to know Islam really is to speak to Muslims, but always before you speak to Muslims, you have to arm yourself with knowledge. And the problem is the Muslims always they face European Western people who have no idea what Islam is. I think all of us we agree on that, right? And this is why they take advantage of the Western, because Western they've been, let us say, not informed for long. Your school, your etc. You know, you feel like you are not really. The education in the West is horrible. They don't concentrate in religion. They don't concentrate in real history. Everything became politically correct, and then your child is very vulnerable for all kind of exposure, sorry, and he have no answer. You send your child to a school or your daughter, and then she meet with the Muslims who all her life is trained to attack Christianity. So this Muslim girl or this Muslim boy, he say to your son something, but your son do not know how to answer. You know what I mean? There's no balance here. Christian kids, when they go to church, they don't teach them anything about Islam. They don't teach them about occults, how to answer people. They just go there and they are peaceful people, loving people who spend their time praying to Jesus. Okay, wonderful. Then how your child is going to be protected? Your child one day is going to be a youth, and the youth will become a man. But he became a youth and he became a man, and yet he have no idea how to answer a question. And this is why we keep asking you guys, invite me to your church, and it is for free. We need to do a lot of work. It's not enough to say Islam is evil, because still evil can be can penetrate the system, can go to your brain, can fool you, because the evil will not come to you in a clothes of evil. He find his way. The devil is very powerful, my friend. Remember, the devil one day was an angel, and not any angel. So if you don't want to arm yourself with knowledge and education, you are exposed. Your immune system is not there. So we need to spread the education. And you will see the Muslims, they are like, they swarm the media by false posts. Like, you see, if I'm a Muslim, I have a couple of thousands subscribed to my account here. Now, for sure, if I am not keeping losing my account, by now I should have like 500,000 subscribers. But if I'm a Muslim, you will not believe it how much the Muslims, they will subscribe and they will support. That is the truth. The Muslims, they are obsessed on defending Islam, but yet they do not know how to defend Islam. But they do it. Christians are relaxed. In other way, they are not living in this earth. Many of them, they are still living in a fantasy. That's, I should not really fight Islam, and God is, he can defend himself. It's not about defending himself, my friend. That God do not need us to defend him anyway. We are not defending God. We are protecting your children from being deceived. God is the last one to be harmed. I'm not here to defend Jesus. He do not need me. I need him. He do not need me. If you don't tell your son about something called AIDS, your son might get one. If you don't tell your son about drugs, how bad it is, he might get in drugs. So what do you want to do? You ignore the problem, or you fight the problem? No, Jesus do not need us. Absolutely false. He do not need us. We need him. Yeah, but this is not about Jesus. He need us. That's the people, they need Jesus to be saved. Not about Jesus need us. No, he don't. How are you? I am the highway. Well, I know, like, Jesus is gone and you are in the highway. So what we should do now? And you are the highway, should go over you? Should I go over you? I'm not sure. Did he leave? The highway guy? Really? He's dead? Okay. So what's your problem? Put your hand up. Let me hear you. I don't like text terrorists. If anyone have the courage to speak to us, put your hand up. And as long Jesus is dead, why you who don't believe in Jesus, your birthday is written by the date of Jesus? I mean, how stupid people are. Especially those atheists. They don't believe in Jesus, but the dollar they receive in their salary is by the date of Jesus. What is today? What is today? It is July 28, 2017. What does that mean? After Christ. Your computer run by Jesus' name. Your watch, your clock, your salary, the whole world is running by the name of Jesus. You like it, you don't. Get over it. Get over it. Call. The mic is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out here, when you mentioned that in our churches, how we don't really arm Christians, you know. So your child goes out and he talks to Muslims, what have you, and Muslims, they arm their children against Christianity from, you know, from the beginning, from, you know, before they can really talk. One, I think the reason for that, I think Islam is a polemic against Christianity and the actual religion itself. But that's not the point I wanted to talk about here. Actually, in the church, at least the churches that I go to in the West, we don't actually teach Christianity from an apologetic point of view. You know, we kind of preach to the choir. You know, so you have a child come up in the church and then he goes out into the world, and it's not that he's not armed against.
Okay, you're having a good time. Okay, I'm going to close the podcast then.
But it's not only against Islam. Not only against atheism. It's not only.
We Arab, we don't like to see people happy, and as long as you are happy, so I have to close the broadcast. You guys having fun? I mean, are you serious? That's sad. Unbelievable. Those Western people are crazy. They are having fun. What? How sad? Allah himself is sad now.
Point of view, I actually learned Christianity, you know, the basis of Christianity, you know, really for the first time. You know, it wasn't until I started looking into that I realized that, for instance, the resurrection is a fact of history, you know, not something that people believe or take upon faith, but an actual provable fact with evidence that can be examined and scrutinized through the historical method, same historical method that we use to prove anything else, you know, the Pharaohs of Egypt or Julius Caesar or anything else, you know. And to know that radically changed the way I saw it. And one, it strengthened it a great deal. But I was 40 years old before I saw that. Been in church my whole life. How many fellas been in church his whole life, going to Sunday school and what have you, learned that for the first time at 40 years old, you know? So we do need to change the way we teach people in church. And to give defense and answers against all religions, as well as atheism and things as well, because those other people, they can't defend their faith or lack of faith any better than we can. That's what I wanted to point out. My view.
Yeah. I mean, it's very difficult, CP, because you say invite us to your churches. At the moment, I'm not particularly going to one particular church. I've been to a few churches, but it's difficult because they don't have that mindset about passing that knowledge to the people. You've got, for example, Christian radios. What you find is, you know, I went to a main Christian radio in UK, was listening to it, trying to see if they actually have any sort of debates of any logic. It's just nothing like that, you know. The whole point of the radio is having like a debate, a discussion, and bringing good points. And you just don't find that. I mean, I asked a guy about bringing. He's like he comes like a preacher and speaker's corner. So I asked him, look, I said, can you know, in your church, do you want to bring somebody who can speak about Islam, blah blah blah? And he was like, oh no, we don't care too much because Islam is Muslims is only like 1% or something, so it's not a big deal, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. So that sort of mentality and that sort of lack about harming people. We are living in the information age. Today is the information age. So you need to have information. Even if you're going to approach an atheist will bring certain arguments, any atheist, because they've gone on internet, they've gone on YouTube and so forth, and they heard something. So you need to be able to respond. If you're not able to respond, how are you going to wake that person up? If you go to you tell the doctor you're ill, the doctor doesn't take and just cure you straight away. Sometimes the doctor will tell you, look, this is what you have. You have this type of cancer. This is what needs to be done, so forth. And then, you know, you agree to it based on what the doctor says. And he will tell you, if I have surgery, you have 30% chance of living, or 40%, blah, blah, blah. So what it is you need to be able to tell people about things. You need to be able to debate. For example, I've had discussions with Jehovah's Witness, and I've learned from what Brother Sam's been doing in it. And, you know, they came to my house, and really, truly, without showing off anything, but those two people started, they were fighting with each other, who to try and answer me, and they couldn't answer, and they kept going, You know, they hit like a brick wall. So we need to be able to answer, not just about Islam, but about other things. And what is great that God has blessed people like you. For example, you teach well when it comes to Islam, and not just because I'm speaking to you now, but really truly, there is no one as good as you, and I can say that very easy. And you know, there's lots of people like Robert Spencer. There is Alice Sina or something. There's loads of people, but you're next level because I like how you use the logic. I like how you apply it. I like how you come with the evidence. You know, because you know how to debate. You know how Muslims think. You know what Islam is, and I like your logic and how you apply. It's very, very effective. So, and then you have people like Dr. William Craig Lane. He's been one of the best debaters when it comes to atheism. So people like you guys, you know, have given a lot of things. And what it is, for example, if I didn't know about Islam, and if I had not told my nieces and nephews, I can tell you, because in schools they got Muslims, and all they're doing is they hear all these like fake things. And if I had not told them about Islam, and I can think now that how easily they could even convert to Islam because of the things they're being told in school. But because I have armed them with knowledge, I've given them knowledge, I've shown them what it is, and now they know. So whenever they have somebody that they have a discussion in school, you know, the young kids, but whenever they have that, they come and like tell me, look, this guy said this, or this girl said this. You know, I told them it's not true because, you know, I have armed them. I've given them that knowledge. Otherwise, they would be fooled. So I ask anyone in the room, if you got a few kids, brothers, sisters, children, you should teach them what Islam is. You should teach them what atheists think, what the Jehovah's Witness think. You should give them knowledge. You should pass the knowledge, so you're able to answer. You know, in today's age, you need to be able to answer from all sorts of questions. Sometimes you have to be able to answer about politics, whatever it is. So it's about giving knowledge, but unfortunately, in the churches today, it's extremely difficult to get somebody to preach about Islam. And most important is somebody to come and preach the truth. And somebody like you, CP, is extremely difficult because you're like that person where they go, whoa, 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 this guy is too much. You know, I've given your book to people who really they kind of understand. They understand what Islam is, and they living in that sort of thing, and they've had all this persecution from Islam, and they fight Islam badly. But then, when I've given you a book, I thought they were like radical Christians, if you want to put it that way. But when I give them the book, they're like, ooh, like, you know, That's how they see you. Why? Because you bring the tough topics, you bring the topics that are there, you expose Islam, you bring Islam naked, you know, you don't play around, you don't beat around the bush. There is no need to bring nice wordings, you just expose what it is. So, you know, I really hope that I'll be able to find in churches like Asia. That'll be really good. But it is difficult because people don't want to sort of have that in their churches. You know, and I don't believe that you can just go and tell somebody Jesus loves you, because you need to be able to debate. For example, Paul was one of the best debaters out of apostles. Why? Because he had the knowledge in Jewish scripture. And we read through the book of Acts and so forth how Paul is debating the Jews. It says there he reasoned with the Jews. I think it says for like 3 days. He reasoned, it says, you know, he opened the scripture and he reasoned with Jews, you know, so you have to be able to have that knowledge. So like, I'm really grateful that we have somebody like UCP who is not just taking the information from a Muslim website, like something like James White does, and listening to the Muslims and that, but actually you bring from your own understanding of how you understand it. So we don't get a filtered down version of Islam, but we get what it is. So, I mean, I've listened to a lot of people, but you're the Google, basically. You know, the others are like, I don't know what you want to call it, Yahoo, whatever, but you're like the Google, you know. I only use Google when I want to do a search. I don't use any website. You probably have MSN and all this. But you're like the Google, you know, so it's just, you know, you're like the right person that gives information. So it's truly good with what you do. And, you know, I'm grateful that the knowledge that you pass around. But I think people are lacking, Christians are, they become too relaxed. They don't know what's happening around them. Just look at the Old Testament. You had 12 apostles. They didn't have TV, radio, money, CEOs and stuff like that. Well, what they did is they turned the world upside down. Those 12 apostles. Today you have people that they have Bibles, they have information, they have internet, they have TV, they have radio, they have everything. And what they're doing is they're not touching the people. The actual people that are coming to Christ are mainly in Asia, in Africa, because people that we are preaching there, here, people are just going on their own church, which is not good. Anyways, it's difficult to get you to come to the churches, but I ask people to try and bring you. Anyways, Mike, free. God bless.
All right, well, it's not really difficult. I mean, as we speak tomorrow, there's one of you here who come to this room. I don't know if he's in the room right now. He is meeting with the church. Is going to be in England, so most likely maybe I will go to England maybe in a few weeks from now, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, I don't know. So look like they want me to come, and it's you know, you see, if there is people they want to make something happen, they can make it happen. But most of the people, they don't really tell their churches and they don't get involved. Most of the Christians, they prefer to watch. You know, in other way, they like to see you fighting the devil, and they watch you and they say, "Hey, Christian Prince," but they don't want to join the fight. You know what I mean? They are people who like to watch only, and the Messiah, he don't want those who watch. He want those people who really do a good job, and they do fight the real fight. Talk is cheap, and act is what is required. The Bible says it clearly: the tree will not give fruits, is going to be cut off and thrown in the hellfire. So a Christian, many of them, they are the same as those trees. They have no fruit. They are just a Christian by name. Even those who supposedly don't like Islam. Because what the benefit of you being a Christian if you do nothing? I mean, what the point? What does it mean to be a Christian? You see, the Messiah himself, he don't sit and people come to him. He come to them. He walk. He go to them. So if the Messiah, our Lord himself, he do work, how could you not to do work? You became 20, 30, 40, 50 years old, 60 years old, and you spend your life just working, making money. And what after that? You will not take a penny with you. Right? Who CP, you are playing God by judging people's hearts and condemning. I condemn nobody. The Bible says clearly that faith with no fruits is dead. I did not talk about you, did I? So look like you feel guilty. That's why you thought I'm talking about you, Tommy. Do you feel guilty that you have no fruits? I did not mention you. But I believe that if somebody he feel guilty, he think we are talking about him anyway. It's like a thief when he hear the police car, even if the car is not coming to get him, he think the police is coming for him because he feel guilty. No, Jesus do not need us. I still insist. This is not about Jesus need, Patrician. Wake up, lady, wake up. Jesus, he order us to do work for ourselves, which means when they asked Jesus how to pray, what Jesus said, he taught them how to pray, right? Look what he said. You say, our Father out of heaven, and then he told us right away, forgive us the same as we forgive others. So what is the requirement for you to be forgiven? To do work. You start working yourself first. So Christianity, all of it is based on work. And the first work you do is you. He do not need you. Jesus do not need us. Sometimes a Christian, they say very funny things, by the way. This is why the Muslims sometimes they get very wrong understanding of Christianity. Like you send a Christian to speak to a Muslim, right away he will say to you, you know, the Christian, he speak to a Muslim as if he's speaking to a Christian. So look what the Christian will say to a Muslim. Jesus, he paid for your sin. Okay, the Muslim, he will think about it. Okay, so is that fair that I commit sin and Jesus pay for my sin? So right away you give him wrong delivery and will make him think that if Jesus paid for my sin, it means I can sin as much as I want. All your sin is forgiven. Jesus died for you, so you go to heaven, and etc. And then the Christians, they make it more horrible by saying that you do not need to do a good deeds, and they say to you that your deeds will not save you. This is true. It's not deeds who will save you, but who said we do not? And we should not have good deeds. That will make the Muslim believe that the Christians, they have an open license for sin, because they do not need to do good deeds. They do not need even to pray. Jesus died for us, and that's it. That's what they say to us. So always many Christians, they deliver Jesus wrongly to the Muslims. Christianity is not you say I believe in Jesus. No. Is about you serving the Lord. You give from your life 7 days a week to make money, or to go to the beach, or to be comfortable, and then you don't want to give 1 hour to the Lord. And then you ask the Lord to forgive you and to pay for your sin. And then you say to others that we are saved because Jesus died for us. But this is half of the truth. You are not just saved because Jesus, he died for you. You are saved for he died for you, and you believe in him, and you decide to follow him. And how you can follow the Messiah? By obeying his orders. And how you obey his orders? One of them is to give you fruits. If somebody asks you for your coat, you give him your dress. If somebody asks you to walk one step with him, you walk with him 1,000. Is that correct, guys? You know, partisan, your answers are weird. If somebody asks me for a step to walk with him, I walk with him 1,000. That is a very clear answer from Jesus that you have to work. You are here to serve, and by serving others, you are serving the Lord. When Jesus, he washed the feet of his followers, is that because they need somebody to wash their feet? Guys, is that the purpose, is to wash the feet really? I mean, everybody can wash his feet, what a big deal. But the Messiah was teaching us to be servant and to be humble. You have to serve. A person who don't serve, he is no Christian. And you can serve him anyway. You see a woman, she cannot carry her stuff, you help her. You do not need invitation. You see your neighbor is old to cut his grass, help him to cut the grass. Be a servant for the Lord. You are serving others. The Lord do not need you really. But when you serve others, you became his servant and you belong to him. When you serve the devil, you don't belong to him. This is why a Christian without fruits is no Christian. Is fake, is false. Imagine somebody, he is a poor man, and he is sleeping in front of your door in the middle of the winter. And what you say? Lord, give him a blanket. My friend, in the morning the guy will be dead. If you are a Christian, you help that person. You don't say, Lord, help him. You help him. Imagine you see somebody is poor and he is dying from hunger, and then you say, Lord, give him a sandwich. You give him a sandwich. Who are you? Why you live then? What is your duty in this earth? To eat the sandwich? To live by yourself? To be selfish? To worship yourself, you are God and everybody die, who care? And no, partisan, Jesus does not need us. That's a very wrong of you to say so. This is why I say some Christians, they say things sometimes it's very funny and they do not know what they are talking about. The Lord, he do not need anyone. He sent his only begotten son, for he loved the world, not because he need the world. Is that correct, guys? Why Jesus, he came to us? Because he loved us, not because he need us. We need him. We are ordered to do the work Jesus did, and greater work. And that means Jesus, he need us for you? Interesting. Anyway, as I said, sometimes Christians, they make people run away from Christianity by saying some statements because they give them wrong explanation for Christianity. That we as a Christians, we have a license to sin. We can go to the bar, we can drink, we can do drugs, we can do whatever we want. Jesus died for your sin, that's it. And this is what the Muslim would think, because of many naive Christians who have no idea what they are talking about. Actually, Christianity is one of the most tough belief ever. Salvation is not that easy. If somebody told you you are saved just because you say I believe in Jesus, he is fooling you. Jesus don't want hypocrites. You have to work in yourself. You have to fight your sin. You have to defeat your sin. You have to stand against it. If you relax and you say I'm saved anyway, I mean the devil, he got you. Trust me, the devil, he got you right away. There's no purpose of saving someone. He delivered himself to the devil, and yet he say he is following Jesus. The one who follow Jesus is the one who follow the shepherd, and the shepherd, he know his sheep. Not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father. Do we agree, guys? Do we agree? Everybody will say Lord, Lord, but not that what is required. Only it's required to say Lord, Lord, but the one who do the will of my Father. And what is the will of the Father? Go and read the Bible, starting from the Ten Commandments, and read every order Jesus he gave you, and then you will know that you've been ordered to work, to do the will of God, not your will. Yet we have the freedom of to do our will or not to do the will of God, which means you want to do the will of God or not, this is your business. You're free, but you will pay the price. So we don't say to the Muslims that we are saved just automatically because just we believe in Jesus. That's absolutely false. That happened only in Islam, because Islam is a religion of hypocrisy. You can be a hypocrite who don't even believe in Allah, but yet in Islam you are going to go to heaven. Yeah, partisan. You know, you can quote whatever you want. Our deed is filthy like a rag. Don't you want to quote that one too? You see, this is what the Christians they do. They make you hate good deeds because they quote things which is not what it's saying, what it's not talking about. When we compare our deeds to God, it's like a filthy rag. But God, he asks you for good deeds. For you are a hypocrite if you don't have one. Yeah, righteousness is include everything, the good deeds and the work you do, and even the prayer you do, because it's nothing to compare to God. So are you going to quote that and you say to people we do not need to be righteousness too? Because our righteousness is filthy. So what we do, we go to the bar, party. This is what I say. Some Christians, they spread poison like Muhammad by giving false information about Christianity, making it very easy. Just believe in Jesus and you are saved. Just go to the church and wave your hand to Jesus and you are saved. False. Liars. You need to do his will. There's nothing that's called righteousness. This is a term of language. The righteousness of man is compared to who? To compare to the man. If you compare to God, it's not exist. Because you cannot compare me to God, my sin, and with the holiness of God. So they give wrong delivery. And this is why you see the atheists, they try to make fun of the Christian belief. And this is why the Muslim, they try to make fun of our belief. Because always they hear Christians delivering wrong information about Jesus. They think that a Christian woman, she can be a whore. They think that a Christian man, he can go and sleep with the whole world. It's okay. Because this is what they get out of foolish statements some Christians they say. Yeah, but the statement that people they say, they make people think that we can go and do whatever we want. because you tell them, I'm saved by Jesus, that's it, I'm saved, I'm saved. And the righteousness of man is this filthy, and we are not saved by deeds. So all those things you might say is true, but you are delivering it in the wrong way. You have to explain to people what does that mean exactly. So Christians, when they deliver the truth, many of them, they deliver it in the wrong way. If you want to talk about how we are saved, don't make it a sentence and throw it at someone. When you speak about original sin, don't make it a sentence and throw it in someone. Explain it. Original sin does not mean that I did not sin too. Adam commits sin and I am a sinner too. And I'm not only paying for the sin, you know, because the way this is what amazing about many Christians. They always, you see, English is not my first language, but it's very painful to see how sometimes Christians who speak perfect English, for they are born in America or born in English country, and they speak perfect language, yet they cannot express what Jesus taught us. Isn't it better for you to take off your eye, throw it away from you, from going to hellfire? The road of Jesus is very hard. It's not what some people make it as, just like say I love you Jesus, say I worship you Jesus, and wave your hand to Jesus and sing a song for Jesus, and you are going to go to heaven. And then when I go home, I start drinking whiskey, getting drunk, beating my wife, fighting with the neighbor, saying the F word to everybody in my way, including my children's, and that supposedly is a person who is saved by Jesus. That is not saved by Jesus. He is the devil. To be saved by Jesus, you have to walk the walk of Jesus, not the walk of the devil. But let me give you a dot. You are making me sick, seriously. I mean, we are living in a society where there's a huge population full of drugs and crimes, and she's saying, do you know anyone do that? I mean, don't you think, guys, there's somebody here is weird? Do you know somebody doing that? You never heard of domestic violence? You never heard of people getting drugs and die from high doses? You never heard of a child molesters? You never heard of a child trafficking? You never heard of a human trafficking? And have you ever heard of someone like this? What's wrong with people? Are you out of this earth? Do you really, are you part of it, or you are coming from a different fantasy? Don't you hear about child kidnapping? You don't hear about a child rape. You don't even hear about a priest who is a priest, but he's a child molester like Muhammad. Have you ever seen someone like that? I mean, what's wrong with people? Seriously, what's wrong with people? This is why the Messiah, he says to you that not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, because there's people who they are wearing clothes of priest, wearing clothes of a bishop, but they are the devil. You Christians better to speak about Jesus as he is. Jesus, when he come back in the judgment day, he will not be merciful. He will say, those who don't believe in me, bring them and slaughter them. The time of mercy is over, and the hypocrites will not enter his heaven, and everyone will go where he belongs. The fly go to the garbage, and the butterfly go to the flower, and the bees, they make honey. Everyone go where he belongs. So if you belong to Jesus, you go to him and you do what he did. We don't give a charity because charity will save us, but we give a charity because we are following Jesus. We don't help the poor because that will save us. We help the poor because this is what Jesus do, for this is the right thing to do. So we do things for it is the right things to do. Our Lord is the Lord of justice. He will judge you based on your knowledge, which means, like, let us say somebody is ill, he have illness in his mind. You know, there's many, they are in disability, with my respect to everybody, and they have a mental illness. God will judge them based on their illness. He is justice. He will not judge you the same he judge him. There's someone he can read and someone he cannot read. There's someone heard about Jesus and someone never heard of Jesus. There's someone he is born crazy. Still, this person will be judged by what he know. Our Lord is the Lord of mercy. He is not a butcher. He is not Taliban. But don't fool people. Says to them, if you believe in Jesus, that's it, you are saved. The way is long and the gate of hell is wide open, but the door is narrow. So there's a big gate is open for everybody. That is the hell. And this is why you see people who don't want to serve Jesus, but they want to join a social club. They go to church the same as the Muslims. You know, there's many hypocrites. They go to the church just for barbecue, etc. But tell them, I want to have some work. We want to help some poor people. We want to help some old people. They disappear. For sure, the good ones will not disappear. This is why the Bible says it clearly that I am the good shepherd and I know my sheep. He will not know you by your name. He will know you from the fruits in your tree. From their fruits you shall know them. So you can call yourself whatever you want. There's many churches, there are thousands of them, Baptist, whatever, Catholic, Orthodox. He will not know you by the church name. From their fruits you shall know them. And a Christian, he have no fruit, he is no Christian, because then he will not know you, for you are nothing. You came to earth and you took nothing back with you. You have no fruits. Selfish. You live for yourself and you die alone. Those, they will not be remembered, not by the Lord and even not by his followers. Shepherd Blade, the mic is yours. Go ahead, my friend. Maybe he is not here. I guess Shepherd Blade, who is an ex-Muslim, he slept in the chair. Montana, the mic is yours. All right, Montana is not here too. Let me just give us a dot then for those who they are not here until they come back. Are you there, Montana? I think he is disconnected. Please think the mic is yours.
I'll be quick. Can I get one? Love it. Well, it's true, everything what you just said, CP. We are told that if you believe in Christ, you shall live. But people misunderstand the word believe. Believe doesn't mean just believe. It means believing and doing the will of God. So that's what it means. James says that even demons believe and they tremble. And it's very simple. Believing means doing the actions. Jesus gave three simple commands: love the God with all your heart, and love your neighbor, and also go and preach the gospel. Now, we're not saved by works, but works we should do, because if we say that we are saved and we're going to heaven, and that we have the love of God abiding in us, how can we have the love of God that we have people who are perishing and we're not helping them? So how can you say you have the love of God abiding in you, but you have people who are dying? They are walking skeletons all over the world, around you and everything. People are suffering. You have no compassion for the people. You don't help the people. You don't love your neighbor. You get angry with your neighbor. You get angry with your family, and you don't tell the people the truth. You don't tell people about God. So if you don't believe in God if you don't do that. To believe in God is to do that. So it's very simple. You believe in Christ and you shall be saved. But believing in Christ, it means you follow him. It's not like you say, yes, I love you, and then really not caring about you and not helping you when you're down. You know, it's like people say, oh, I'm your best friend. And then when you're down, or when you haven't got money, it's like the people, you know. When somebody is rich and they have money and everything is going for them, people go around them and like, yeah, you're my friend, you're my thing, you know. And then when you lose all the money and everything is going bad, they all disappear. So that's not love. It's the thing about love. If you have the love of God abiding in you, you shall do the works of God. It's very simple as that. So if you have hate, jealousy, you know, these things are mentioned in the Bible all the time. Jealousy, adultery, all of these. If you're doing these actions, you're doing evil. What did Jesus say? Right? This is the blind man. This is the people who were crippled. What did Jesus say? He said, go sin no more, lest worse things are coming to you. How many times did he say that? Go sin no more. Right? And he said, if you truly love me, you will pick up the cross and follow me. So when he says love me, he means also if you truly believe in me. And he said, if you believe in me, you will do the same works that I do. Didn't Jesus say that? Or have I got it wrong somewhere? If you truly believe in me, you will do the same works that I do. So it's very simple. Now, Paul in Ephesians 2:9 says that we are not saved by our works because we're filthy. There's nothing that can save us. We are saved by faith. But when you have faith, you follow faith. Your faith comes with action. You have to do action. Your faith is a result of the actions that you do. So you have to always be willing to help your neighbor, and you have to discipline yourself in doing the right thing. We all get angry, we all get upset, we all do bad things, we're all sinners. But we have to improve ourselves. We have to discipline ourselves. You know, that's what it is. It's very simple. The preaching of Christ is very simple, but most people, all they do is they just say, believe in Jesus, and that's it. That's not what it means. You have to explain to people what believing in Jesus means. So this is what it is. And all I'll say is that if you listen to one sermon, for example, Ray Comfort, Hell's Best Kept Secret, he talks about these things, that people just go and tell people, oh, Jesus loves you, but they don't explain anything. And he talks from a different perspective. You have to actually tell people, preach the hell to them, tell them that they're going to burn in hell, tell them that they're lost. And it's an amazing sermon. And I ask people who haven't heard it to listen to it. And
one of my favorite things that a preacher said is that when you see Jesus, you're not gonna say, "Hey, buddy, I'm glad you died for me." You will be paralyzed with fear unless you have a glorified body and a glorified mind. So that's what I said. Like James said, that you should not be ashamed of his appearing. So that's the things you need to understand. You shouldn't be ashamed of his appearing. So when Jesus comes today, where do you think he will be? What are you able to show? Anyways, I'll pass the mic. And by the way, I think there's the guy who called I am the highway. He keeps sending me private messages telling me all these things. You know, can you just leave me alone? I don't know if I can block you or how it works here because I don't use it. Just leave me alone. You're a little kid. I don't want to discuss it with you. That's all. Anyways, Mark 3. God bless.
Just to block your list, go to your privacy or setting, go to file, go to setting, and block your list. Accept messages only from people on your list. Do that. It's not good for security to have your list open. Anyway, you know, when the Messiah, he said, from their fruits you should know them. That means you will be recognized by the fruits, not by the words you say. Very simple. This is why the words of the Messiah, like one sentence is equal to a book. One sentence. From their fruits they will be known. He don't care for your name, he don't care for your color, he don't care if you are white or black or Asian. He care to know you by your fruits. So if you are an empty tree who have no fruits, he will not even recognize you. You are false, you are fake. The tree will not give fruits, will be cut off. This is what people do for a tree who don't give fruit. What is the use of this tree? The teaching of the Messiah is very simple. Even a farmer who don't have any education, who don't know how to read, how to write, he can enjoy it and he can understand it. For this is the wisdom of God. I do not need interpretation of somebody have a PhD to understand the Bible. Especially when the Messiah he speak, not a priest. Like there is statements and stories in the Bible about history, this king he said, that king he said, or there's revelation. But there is a statements which Jesus said it can goes for everybody, and everybody can get it very easy. And if you read any of what the speeches of the Messiah, you will find that yes, they are written 2,000 years ago, but as if he is speaking to you about your life today. Yet we are in the year 2017. And that's what make the word of God never expired. Not the book, it's called the Quran, speaking stupidity about the sperm of the man coming from the backbone. And teaching things have nothing to do even with God. Do we have any Muslim here? Any Abdul? Any Muslim here? No? Not even single Muslim? We are short of Abdul. You know, always there is a basic knowledge we have to know about anything we do in our life. If I want to go, you know, if you are ignorant, by the way, you can put yourself in trouble, right? Like if you take a beer right now, if you are coming from different country and you hold a beer and you walk with it in the street, you can be in trouble. You will be arrested in USA. You might think it's not a big deal, but in USA you will be arrested for that. You cannot carry alcohol open to the public in the street. So ignorance can be a big problem, and it is a big problem. And actually, most of the Western countries, they are suffering from ignorance. Like today, as an example, we speak about politics. You will see people on YouTube, or sorry, in Facebook. There's two party, the liberals and the Republican. You know, I voted for Trump, but sometimes I find people are very silly. I mean, they say to you, they post a picture of Obama wife and the picture of Trump wife, and supposedly this is how they prove to us that Trump is better. I mean, how stupid that is. You know what I mean? That is telling you that the mentality of people are weird and stupid and naive. What does this have to do with this? If my wife look better than your wife, that's mean I am better than you? But that is showing you that there is a very bad education in the society and the community. Stupidity is a major influence. People are fighting, but they don't know why. They are arguing, but they don't know why. They argue just to argue, and they fight just to fight. Like yesterday, somebody told me, oh, there's a guy who was protesting in the front of Obama, sorry, Trump. You know, this Trump, if you don't agree with him, they threw you out. I said, are you crazy? All of them, they do that. Go and see the videos on YouTube. If somebody protests against Hillary Clinton in the meeting of Hillary Clinton, they kick him out too. And they do that in Obama. And, you know, come on, you know, people, they lost their mind, they lost their logic. People, they are blind. And today, in this world, the more stupid you are, the more cool you are. Like about what about we hang 10 rings in our nose and 5 rings in our tongue and 10 rings in our nipples, and that supposedly will make us look good? I mean, what happened to a human being? Are you mad? You go, you walk in the street, you see somebody wearing a black boot, black jeans, black shirt, and then he have a chain coming from his nose attached to his ears, and then it's coming back down to his whatever. I mean, what's wrong with those people? Are you going to try to be a dog? Do you want a leash? Actually, some of them, they have a leash. Honest to God, I saw some of them, they have a leash of a dog in their neck. This is what happened when the society is out and far away from God. They go crazy. Their life is empty. The devil right away, he filled the vacuum machine. It's empty. There's nothing there. That's why Islam always come and can fill the space for those who have nothing. They are lost. Drugs, sex, bars, you know, this is diversity. This is what kind of diversity that is? The male want to be a female and the female want to be a male. The black trying to turn, he want to be white, and the white trying to be black. I mean, the world is crazy. I went to Asia, guys, and in Asia everybody is buying whitening. They want to get white. And then you go to Europe, everybody is fighting for the sun. They want to get dark. Human being is something. Nobody is happy with his skin. What's wrong with people? God created you to live and to enjoy your life. You're black, you're white, you're Asian. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter how much you clean, you change your look. Still there's somebody will not like it. And still there's somebody look better than you. So are you going to serve your eternity of this life until you die just to make somebody like how you look like? Look how people live. They spend their money, they spend tens of thousands just to fix their look. A woman, she want to have big breast. I mean, is that will make you I mean, what the point of having big breast? Is that will make you smarter or dumber? Is that will make you more lovely? If a man he like you because you have bigger breast, he will leave you for other women. She have bigger ones. A cow breast. You go in the mall, and then you find there's a purse. It's for sale for $5,000. Actually, I have a video. You know, I have it here in the airport. About you know, I like it's a drink for sale, $6,000. What's wrong with people? Why in the world somebody want to spend that much money to buy a watch or to buy a purse? All of this because you became a devil, because you worship yourself. The money you receive is not used in the right way. For you became the center of this world, and trust me, you are lonely and you will die lonely because you are that way. What about you take the $5,000 you want to spend for a drink, or to buy some shoes, or to buy some purse, which is stupid, and just because it's a very expensive brand, and donate them for a child or many children who cannot afford to go to school? Do you know in Africa there are some people, they live and survive the whole family by $1 a day? $1 a day, the whole family, not one person. $5,000, they can make 5,000 families survive and live. That what would make you Christian, not having expensive shoes, expensive clothes, and fashion, and you buy a lot of makeup and you put it in your face. You know, always I see the Muslims are very close to be the same as the Pharisees in the time of Jesus. They have certain clothes, they have certain, you know, like way to present themselves, and they spend too much money in their smell. You see, the Muslim, they spend a lot of money in perfume, a lot, and they spend a lot of money in their look. Especially those who do the business of God, because they are fake like they're God. They don't want you to see how filthy they are from inside. They want you to see how perfect they are from outside. So he wear white clothes, very much clean, ironed, a lot of very fancy perfume, very expensive shoes, and then he come to you to teach you about his God Allah, when his prophet himself was full of lies. No, perfume is not haram. Perfume for the women is haram. It's forbidden. If a woman, she walk in the street and she have perfume, she is a whore according to Islam. But Muslim men, they allowed, Muhammad himself, he used to use it too, because he smelled. Actually, I believe that the best way to cover your bad smell is perfume, because you kill the smell by let us say more powerful smell. That's why if you watch the Kaaba, you will find there's a guard next to the black stone in the corners. He have a spray. He keeps spraying, you know why? Because people around the Kaaba, they smell so bad, which is very normal, by the way. You know, the Kaaba is located in Mecca, and this is a very hot city. So imagine people are not wearing underwear, because Muslims, when they go around the Kaaba, especially in Hajj, they just put a sheet, and that make their smell not observed by any clothes. it just goes to the air right away, and everybody will smell you. Anyone ask himself why the Muslims, they shave their head when they go around the Kaaba to do Hajj? Anyone knows? What is the purpose of the practice? The lice, full of lice. It is the season of lice, because when you go there, if you don't have lice, you will get some. So in order to save the problem, to solve the problem, they order them to shave their hair. There's a video actually I saw in Facebook about people kissing the black stone. Long line of Muslims kissing the black stone. If I am a person who work for the health department in any country, the first thing I would do, I will take the black stone and throw it out of this galaxy, because it is the fastest way to get sick. This is why there's many people who go to Hajj, they don't make it, they die. You kiss a stone which is kissed by like 1 million person before you, and you can imagine how disgusting this stone will be. How you kiss it? You know, when I go to the mall, I don't eat anything without washing my hands. I don't even, right away when I come home, right away I wash my hands. Because imagine the stairway in the mall, the escalator, how many hands was touching it before you? How many of them they touch their nose before they put their hand there? So how in the world somebody wanna kiss a black stone? Very weird. Do we have any Muslim? Any Abdul here? Take care, Phil. Good night. However, you know, we are the Arab, we are the most clean people in the world. You know, mosquitoes, as an example, if a mosquito bite me, do you know what happened to the mosquito? Let me tell you, this is true story. This is true story in Sahih Bukhari. There's a mosquito, she came and she bite Christian prince. She sucked his blood. Right away, the mosquito flip in her back and she got poisoned. Like, once I was debating a Muslim, and the verse in the Quran is speaking about Allah will judge 2 goats in the front of Allah. You know, Allah will judge all the animals in the front of him. So I said to him, so are you saying Allah will judge a mosquito for sucking your blood? He said, yes, absolutely. Allah is all justice. And then I said to him, you know, Abdul, so what the mosquito should eat then? I mean, isn't it Allah who made her an insect who suck blood? Should she drink 7-Up as an example? Yeah, the Quran speaks a lot about animals, you know. I don't know, like today we got lucky, we got some Muslims here, because that reminded me of a verse in the Quran which is very funny. The Quran always is the book of science, as you know. Do we have any Abdul? Anyone? Like, you know, today they wonder why drugs is spreading like crazy. You don't want Bible in your school. You don't want people to be taught the good manner. You say to them it's okay to be gay, to be lesbian. It's okay to do whatever, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. And then you wonder why your son is doing drugs, and then he die later. He have nothing left. You do not need. You see, drugs is not the reason of the drugs is not the mafia. The reason of the drugs because people they left God. Because if nobody buy drugs, the mafia cannot sell it to you. Is that correct? I'm sure if I want to purchase drugs where I live, I can get it, even though it's forbidden. But if nobody buy drugs, the gangs, the mafia, they die. They will quit the business. That has nothing to do with capitalism, my friend. Well, this is a very funny argument. What does this have to do with capitalism? Don't communists have drugs? Are you kidding me? Go and see in China how much they are suffering from drugs. That's a very false statement. Oh, okay. I got you wrong. Always a human being, he try to fill his emptiness. So if I am empty in my life, I try to fill it. So I start doing things, became creative. So tomorrow I'm going to have a tattoo. What I will have a tattoo? Okay, what the tattoo is going to be? The name of my dog. Okay, then a week after, I want to have a new tattoo because now I'm bored. I have empty life. I'm going to have a tattoo of a tiger in my neck. A week after, I'm bored again. I have another tattoo, and then in 5 years, the guy became like a map. And then I want to put a ring in my nose. And then after all the rings I put in my nose and my lips and in my tongue, still I am empty. So what I will do now, I want to take drugs. Even the successful one, you notice that they are victims of their stupidity. How many very well-known actor, singer, they are extremely rich, die because of drugs, guys? How many of them? A person who knows God, he will not be left alone, and he will not take drugs. This is what happened to you when you are alone. You lose your mind, you kill yourself, you commit suicide, because smoking, drinking like crazy, taking drugs is nothing but a committing suicide. You harm yourself, and you harm your family, and you harm others. Do you know, guys, I never smoked a cigarette all my life? Do you believe it? Ever. Why I want to smoke? Give me a reason. To make a smoke come from my mouth? To look like a chimney? I mean, what's wrong? Why you want to do smoke? Once we went like it's not hiking like a picnic, but supposedly like in the wood. We made fire, and there have a friend, and he have his wife with him. So this guy, right away, he got his cigarette box and he put it next to him, and we have a fire. So I took the cigarette box and I throw it in the fire. He got so upset. Why you did that? Why you burn my cigarettes? What's wrong, man? Did you see what you did? This is the only one I have until tomorrow. I said, well, hold on. What you will do with the cigarette? He said, what do you mean what I will do? I will smoke it. I said, you will burn it, right? I just burn it for you. What you will do with it exactly? You will burn it. I just did burn it for you. You burn your money, you burn your health, and you burn the health of the people around you too. I'm not going to smell your cigarette. That will make me second-hand smoker. And I don't understand why you are getting upset from burning your cigarettes. I just did burn your cigarette, and you do that. Your clothes will smell bad, your house will smell bad. If any of you, by the way, smoke, go right now. If you have a picture or something, or whatever you have an art in your wall, move the frame. Just move the frame, and you will see how yellow your wall is compared to the what is behind the frame. If this has happened to your room, what happened to your lung? This is small, tiny lung. I mean, can you imagine? We have to be smarter, my friend. And the devil always try to come to us in many doors. Sometimes it's drugs, sometimes it's money, sometimes it's you know, you like to show off, sometimes your jealousy. He is there waiting for a reason. Don't give him a reason. And how we can avoid all those reasons is to obey the Lord. Kill your jealousy, hate the hate, be forgiving and loving, be truthful to your wife, a wife truthful to her husband. Give before you think of taking. Share. You see, the Messiah, he said, very few things, if the world practice them, the world today will be heaven in this earth. We do not need to go to heaven to have heaven if we follow the teaching of Jesus. If everybody really share as the Messiah, he said, we will not have somebody have, like just yesterday I heard that the one who owned Amazon.com, he made more, almost $96 billion. I mean, what in the world one person will do with such a money? Why a person want to have such a money? I mean, are you insane? If I stay for the coming 200 years just burning money for fire to warm myself, I will not burn it. $96 billion. If everybody do what the Messiah says, we will not need an army. Love your enemy. Imagine if the whole world practiced just one sentence of the Messiah, love your enemy. USA spend billions, trillions of dollars over army. Every nation spend the big budget over army. They can build the schools with it. They can, you know, develop the health of people. You know, help their citizen. You know, life can be different if the whole world practice one sentence of Jesus Christ teaching. Love your enemy. Right now, everybody is watching everybody. The Russian are watching the American watching the Russian, the Korean, the Chinese watching the etc. Everybody. It doesn't matter, my friend, if Jesus drank wine or not. Who said we cannot drink wine? Wine is not the problem, my friend. Everything can be useful, can be harmful. If you drink a little wine, will not make you drunk. What the Messiah and what the Bible teach us not to be drunk. It's not teaching us not to drink wine. Too much salt will kill you. Too much sugar will kill you. Too much wine will kill you. Too much water will kill you. You can get killed by anything. Have you ever ride a motorcycle? Who of you is a motorcycle rider? Anyone of you, if you're here, is a motorcycle rider? If you have a very high speed motorcycle, the expensive ones, and you go in a very high speed, do you know what will happen if you are not wearing a helmet? Anyone knows? What will happen? You will not be able to breathe because too much air. Imagine too much air, but you cannot breathe because the speed will not allow you to breathe. The wind will not go inside your nose. You are so fast. And it should be the opposite. You think there's a lot of air is hitting you, but yet you can't breathe. Too much air will kill you. So we have to live in a balance. And the balance is what God He gave us. Too much money will kill you too. Because it's going to kill your spirit, it's going to kill your existence. You became a money worshipper. You live for the money, obviously. That's why you have too much money. Nobody can eat more than his stomach can take. And nobody will take to his grave more than his grave can handle. Live, my friend, and enjoy your life. God, He wants us to be happy. But happiness is not by slavery. And if you are a slave of sex, slave of drugs, slave of money, you have no life. You are just a slave. You are not free. That's why they was when they asked the Messiah about heaven, about a woman, she will go to heaven. She will be married to who? He said, he and she, they will be the same as angels, which means you will be free. Angel here is not about you being an angel with wings. It's about you will be without needs. God will release you from all your slavery. You do not need to eat. You are not sleepy. You are not tired. You are not sick. You are not getting old. You don't have needs. And that is a joy hard to explain. For then you will become free. Imagine if you have a car, you can drive it forever and you do not need gas. I mean, who is going to stay home then? You know what I mean? If I can drive around the world and I do not need gas, that would be fantastic. Imagine you have a refrigerator. Each time you open the door, there's food there. This is just little happiness. What about being free from all those things? Your life will be different. Do we have any Muslim here? Any Abdul? And you see the difference between how our Lord, He promised us happiness in heaven, and how Allah supposedly He promised Muslims heaven. I find it very, very huge. I mean, when Muhammad, He promised the Muslim women in the heaven they will be 70 times more pretty. And for sure this is very stupid and very silly, because if all the women get to be pretty 70 times more, nothing changed. If you were ugly in earth, you are ugly in heaven still, because all women, they get 70 times more beauty. But I find it more silly to give women a promise about a beauty. It looked like this God, He is naive. I don't know how to explain that to you. Look, all of us, we knew that women, they like to be pretty, right? But in the heaven, what is a pretty mean? You know what I mean? Guys, think about it deeply. I am now in the heaven and I look like Ahmadinejad. So what the problem? Oh, so guys, do you understand me? Let us say I am ugly. Actually, I am, you know, I look scary. This is why when I go on Black Friday, the store is empty. I just get in, people got out. It just, the store is just open. So I am ugly and I'm going to heaven and I am ugly. So what will happen there? I mean, what? So what happened? Why I need to get better looking? I mean, what the point? The promise itself is very stupid, but it's showing you that the one who made the promise is more stupid than the one who received it. For in heaven, it doesn't matter how you look like, my friend, you'll be happy. Isn't it the Quran promise us we will be happy? So who cares if I am good looking or not? I'm happy. Everybody is happy. They don't see me ugly no more because they are happy and I am happy and they are happy and everybody is happy. This is why if you use, just squeeze your brain little, you will find how stupid and how silly the cult of Islam. Or like when Muhammad, he promised in the heaven that we have a market and in this market there's no buying nor selling except images of men and women. I am in heaven now and I'm going to do shopping? Are you sure? Are you sure? As you see, those who are watching YouTube, this is the hadith where Muhammad, he promised his followers that in the heaven there is market, a mall like Macy's, etc. And in this mall, or like Costco or Samsung Club, but in this store or big huge mall, imagine the customers is 1.54 billion Muslim, horny. In this mall there's nothing to buy or to sell except images, and those images of men and women. And if a Muslim man, he liked the image, he just jump inside the image and have sex with it. It looked like Muhammad, he used to work as a porn director before the porn directors are exist. It's amazing. And the funny, it says clearly, so whenever a man desire an image, which means the customer is a man, and which mean, if you read carefully, Quran, sorry, the hadith confirm that in the heaven of Allah, Muslim men, they will have sex with men, because it says here clearly, whenever the man he desire the image, he enter it. But who is in the image? Images of men and women, but yet the client or the customer is the man. I mean, how silly this promise is. I go to heaven, then I go to shopping, then in the heaven I find a books of images and I flip the books, and then I find an image I like, and then I jump in and have sex with it. Interesting. Or what about the Quran promising me that when I go to heaven I will have a house, and this house, every brick of it, one brick is made from gold and one brick is made from silver. Like what? A house made from brick of gold and brick of silver? Why in the heaven my house is made from gold and silver? What is the value of gold and silver in heaven? The fact it's ugly. It is ugly. Because a house made from gold, try right now, if you have a children's, maybe you have some those pins they use for coloring. Color a wall in paper, one brick of gold, one brick of silver, and you will see how ugly it is because it don't match. You know what I mean? Is that correct, guys? First of all, a wall is made from gold is not comfortable. Same as a wall made from silver. Imagine your house is made from aluminum, all of it. You look at the wall, the ceiling, because aluminum have the same color as the silver, right? Almost. Imagine you have a house, the roof, the ceiling, the walls, the floor, everything is made from gold. That's stupid. That's ugly. But because the devil always try to seduce you with money, for this is the promise of the devil. The devil, he knew what people like. People like gold, silver. When you say gold and silver, mean what? Mean power, mean food, a lot of food, sex, big houses, jewelries, you know, it's gold and silver. So he promised you the filth. He wanted you not to think about how bad he is. He wanted you to think about the gold and the silver. So he want to blind you by the promises, so you will not think. Anyone here been in Las Vegas before? Anyone here been in Las Vegas? Me myself, I went to Las Vegas. Actually, I like Las Vegas. Nothing wrong with it. Streets, fountains, food is cheap, but gambling is bad. I never gamble. I believe it's very bad to gamble. Very dangerous too. Now, as I said, everybody, he go where he belong. In Las Vegas, you go to the bathroom, like the main bathroom. You enter in the bathroom and then you will find a lot of cards all over the bathroom. Those are agents who they promote prostitutions. In the card, there's images of girls. Call this number. All right? Don't you think that this is the same what Allah is doing in Las Vegas? He is giving you promises of a prostitute to call. And what is the call? What is the number to call? Shahada. Ashhadu la ilaha illallah. You know, this is the 1-900 number. So you call this number, Allah he answer you supposedly, and the delivery is coming. But trust me, my friend, the prostitutions in Las Vegas, the women there are real. The women of the Allah, just keep waiting. I mean, you will have it one day. Actually, the reason I used to go to Las Vegas, you know, I used to work when I was with the army. You know, like they are the one who pick up for us the flight. So most of the time we stop in Las Vegas. And I like it because the buffet is very cheap. You know, the casinos, they have always very cheap buffet, and the reason they make it cheap, by the way, to bring you over, so you eat cheap, but then you spend a lot of money in the gambling. They don't make money from the food, right? They make money from the gambling. So in order to bring you to the casino, they made a very nice buffet for very cheap price. Seafood, you know, $10. I paid. This was many years ago. So $10 and you eat as much you want, and the food is so cheap. And for me anyway, I mean, like, I'm not going there. I'm not even paying for the ticket. It's a stop. But when you go there, you will see how the devil get into the mind and the greed of people. Everybody want to make money. Everybody there, but there's only one person in that house make money, is the owner of the casino. Nobody make money. If people make money in Las Vegas, then the casino will not be so expensive. I mean, you will not see somebody is able to build a casino costing $4 billion. Where do you get the money from? It's your money. So the poor one, the desperate one, the stupid one, the devil, he play with their mind, and he wanna win. He wanna get rich fast. He is desperate, so he go and he play with the little he have, and then he lose the little he have. So he work harder to get more little, so he can play again. So maybe he can find a way to get what he lost. He don't want to win no more now. He want to win back what he lost. Then he lose again, and then he go and he work and he lose and he work, he lose, until one day he commits suicide. And a Muslim, he commits suicide. And this is why I find there's a lot of things, casinos of Las Vegas and Islam, they share. Even though supposedly Islam is against gambling, but the fact all of Islam is about gambling. You gamble to believe that God, who is, his name is Dracula, will give you a big woman with big ass. It's just a blind belief, and the belief itself is stupid. For there is no God will work as a pimp. For if God is holy, how come his promise is not holy? How I am God and how I am holy, but yet my gift to you is a vagina. You know what I mean? The Holy One, he don't think in that level. Imagine you have a birthday party, you invite family and friends, and then one of them, he give you a porn DVD as a gift. What does that mean? That's mean the one who gave you that gift is a perverted man, and that is exactly Allah, because Muhammad is Allah and he is the one who is a perverted, and his mind is always about sex, vagina, penis. This is why his promises fit exactly with his own desire. Your gift is who you are. A person who worship God, he want to give a friend a gift, a valuable gift, he will give him a Bible, a good book. Let us say you want to spend some money to take him somewhere, you know, a ticket to his wife and him to go somewhere, vacation. The gift speak for you, who you are, the way you think. The second I buy a gift for you, I'm thinking about myself first, not you, by the way, because I'm thinking about what I like. It's my idea. You are just receiving the idea. You are not the one who choose it. For sure, you can refuse it or accept it too, but I am the one who make the choice, and the choice of the one who give the gift is telling you the details of that one who made the choice. And life is about choices, my friend. And Islam is the choice of the foolish one. Oh, we can prove it very easy. If there is anyone here who would like to debate us about it, please think the mic is yours. All right, I think the poor guy was waiting for long, so maybe he oh, you are here? Well, you can't, your wife is there, huh? Your mother-in-law is there. Oh man, I told you they appear suddenly. You want to take the mic or you cannot? It says 2 people ahead. Don't worry about who's ahead. So Montana is he is disconnected, I think. Take the mic. It's okay. Okay, go out to the room and come back. Close the room and come back. Any Abdul here? No? Okay, please, the mic is yours.
Yeah, he wouldn't let me, and I think it because he was showing on my thing, it was showing there's 2 people ahead of me, so maybe that's why. Well, all I want to say is gambling is bad. I used to gamble big time. If you gamble, probably gambling is worse than drugs, worse than anything. You gamble and you want to take the money that you lost, and even though you gamble for years, you still think that you're going to win the money back. You still think, but the house is always wins. Gambling the Bible is against the gambling. It's not something that anybody should do. Another thing is, the main reason why I actually put the hand up is to do with heaven of Islam. The question is the heaven of Islam, okay, can you live in the heaven of Islam and be happy? Now, with that, I don't think is possible. Reason is, as long as there is a view of having different looks, right? As long as there are people who see you based on your look. So, for example, where it says the women are going to be 70 times more prettier, right? So that means that the people living in heaven, Allah will judge people based on their looks. So that means that people will have, not going to base you as a person, so they're going to judge you based on their looks, which means your heart is evil, right? It means you're not going to be happy because of different reasons, for example, right? So if I met your wife in heaven and I find her very sexy, I don't mean anyone's wife, I'm just making an example, so don't get upset, don't curse me. I'm just saying, if I met your wife in heaven and she's very pretty and I'm liking her, okay, maybe I don't want to say it, but if I'm finding her attractive, this is I'm talking like in heaven, I'm finding her attractive, I want to sleep with her. Now, to me, that would be committing adultery, right? That would be wrong. So if that would be wrong, that would mean I would not be happy. Why? Because Allah will not let me have your wife because it is your wife. So that means I'm not happy, I'm going to my castle where there is gold and silver and there is Persian carpets and there is a nice sofa, but I can't relax. I'm drinking all the wine that Allah has given me, but I still can't relax because this wife that I saw, or this woman, this houri, this virgin, was very pretty, So this sort of things when it comes to looks. So as long as you have the looks, and as long as there is going to be jealousy, so people are going to be jealous about who has more women, or who has the best woman, who has the best castle, who doesn't have the best castle. So as far as I see it, the only difference is that the Muslims are going to be same as in the Muslims are going to be same as in earth. So all Allah is doing is taking the Muslims from earth and taking them to live the same life in the heaven of Allah. Does that make sense, everybody? Do you know what I mean? So nothing is changing. Nothing really is changing. They got the same desires. They're going to have the same greed.
See, these people are going to be greedy even in heaven. So they're going to measure with each other. Well, this one has 72,000 virgins and 300,000 slave boys, you know? But this one only has 72 virgins. So there's going to be like competition. So how can you be in the heaven of God and have competition, have lust, have greed? That doesn't make sense. So my question is, can you be happy in the heaven of Allah? Is there a Muslim who can come here and explain to us that you can be happy on the heaven? Life is free. Thank you.
Well, you know, it's obvious that the Quran and Muhammad, he speak to you as a person who have needs, and he promised you that he will cover your needs with unlimited resource. And actually he will increase your needs, because when Muhammad, he speak about you being in heaven addicted to sex, I mean, what the point? You see, sex is not the point of life, and it's not the only joy a human being he can have. There's many things, and sex, if it's just sex, there's, I mean, it's not really that something, it's not something beautiful. Like, you don't see that God of Islam is promising you a woman you love and you live with her. Like, we have an Adam and we have an Eve, and they complete each other and they live together and they are happy together. What we have a guy who is like a sultan, and there's a lot of women, they are naked and they are waiting for him. And that means that I am not really going there for the sake of love, I'm going there for the sake of sex. And there's a huge difference between sex and love. Always I ask the Muslims, why wouldn't have love in heaven of Allah? Actually, according to Muslim scholars, and I can show you the reference, that a Muslim in the heaven, he have a promise that whatever he wish, he can have. Whatever he wish. And the Muslim scholars explain that a Muslim man in the heaven, he can have sex even with his own household females. Some scholars, they say it's forbidden for you to have sex with your mother and your daughter only, and the rest are okay. Which means in the heaven of Allah, you can have sex with your niece, your grandmother, your aunt, the daughter of your daughter. For they say that in the heaven, all the limitation which Allah he put on you in earth, it's taken off. That's why many Muslim scholars, they say even your mother, you can have sex with her. And then you ask yourself, I mean, why all this too much concentration on the sex object? And why somebody want to sleep with his niece, as an example? I mean, if Allah gave you 70,000 women, still you will find that there's more options of sex. And why in the world the man, he want all those females? You know, especially in the heaven of Islam, all women, they will look the same. I mean the whore, not the female in the earth. So all the women Allah created in the heaven, supposedly, they have the same look, the same face, the same skin. They are so white you can see through their bones. They have the same height. They have the same names. So what the point? If you sleep with one, as if you slept with all. Do we have any Muslim here? Do we have any Muslim? By the way, answering Islam, I think he opened his room. Did he? Or not yet? Is he online or he left? Oh, he's not there. All right. Actually, in Islam, there's no marriage in earth too, because in the earth, Muslims, they don't get married. The Muslims, they have sex contract. It's called the aqdun nukah. Nukah is sex, intercourse, not marriage. And in the contract of nukah in Islam, there's only one person really is signing the contract, because the other one, he have no rights in this contract except to, like, there's an employer and there's employee. The employer have the right to fire the employee anytime. So the employer in this contract, he offered the employee food, shelter, clothes. The employee, he offered the employer sex, cooking, and women's service, whatever it is. And then if the employer decides to fire the employee, he can fire him anytime he wants. This is why this is not a marriage, for it's just a contract of sex. I remember once a Muslim woman, she told my mother, I'm really jealous of you. And they were in the kitchen. She is coming to visit my mom. So my mom, she said, why? She said, you see the food you are cooking to your husband, you know for sure he is your husband today and tomorrow, and you will eat it together. I am not sure if I am making the rice for my husband, I will be able to eat from it, because he might divorce me and leave after an hour from now. There's no future, there's no guarantee, there's no marriage. Anytime, anyhow, the husband, he can say to the wife, you are divorced, and that's it. It's over. And he can marry a new wife, second wife, the third wife, the fourth wife. And actually, by the way, Muslim men, they enjoy having more than one wife, because that will make women in competition. So every one of them, she start putting more perfume, putting better makeup, because she want to seduce the husband to come to her lap. And the husband, he think he's very important, he's a king. Women, they are fighting over him. He have 4 women, and they are all want to sleep with him, and they want him to come, because the one who have him, she will have his money too. This is why you see Muslim men, when they get married, the wife, she works so hard to keep her husband poor. Anyone knows why? Why exactly after what we said? Why the wife, she tried to spend the money of the husband? She start asking for new furniture. We want to change the blind. I want to buy a gift to my friend. She keep asking for things. Why? Because, yes, if he have money, he will afford a new wife. So she work hard to suck his blood, because as long as he is poor, he will not marry a new wife. So she find excuses. She break the furniture on purpose. He come home, he find the sofa is broken. Oh, your son, he broke it. The fact, she is the one who broke it. Buy us a new sofa. The blind is burned. Somebody put a cigarette in it, and the couch is burned. Somebody put a cigarette in. They make all kind of excuses. Oh, the neighbor have a nicer furniture. We have the same furniture for the last. So they make any excuses, so he will not have saving. Because if he have saving, I guarantee you he will have additional wife, and then after the additional wife he will have a third wife and fourth wife, and then when he have 4 wives he divorce so he can have more. That's why if you go in the Middle East, you will not see a Christian child washing cars in the street or begging for money. Muslims, they bring a lot of children, and the woman, she every 9 months she will have a new kid. Why? Because that will increase his what? Expenses, right? It's her guaranteed. So he have to work like a donkey so he can provide for the family. So she breed more and more and more and more, and the more she have more kids, the more she is secure. Because now even if he divorce her, he have to pay for the kids, especially if they are so young. It's a survival method. This is why you see Muslim women, they try to have as many kids as they have, not because really they want to spread Islam, or no, it's just because it's a security. She have no future, and at least those kids, when they grow up, they will take care of their mother. You know, there's no way that she have 7 or 8 kids, and those kids, they will let their mom go homeless if the father later he divorce her. You know, I remember once there's 2 kids, they are Muslim kids, and I was a kid too, you know. So one of them, they are brothers. So one of them, he says to the other one, dirty word about his mother. I said, why you say to him that, man? Are you stupid? Isn't your mother his mother? He said, no. I said, but you are his brother, right? He said, yes. And I was a kid, like I didn't know what, how this happened. How he is his brother and they don't have the same mother. But as a Christian, I never witnessed such a thing. You know, for us, we have one family, one woman and one man, and that's it. And when I say this person is my brother, it's mean that he is my brother. So to see a person saying to his brother, your mother is weep, it was weird, but become normal in Islam. Actually, I remember once there's a kid who supposed to want to go and buy some whatever candies, whatever. We are just very young. So he said, wait, let me ask my dad to give me some money. I said, okay. So I went with him, and his dad sitting in the front of the house, and he asked him for money. So look what the dad, he said, you are the son of who? The father is asking the son, you are the son of who? He don't mean the son of who as he, no. He's asking him, who is your mother? You don't remember? He married a lot of women, he divorced a lot of women. So you are the son of who? Do we have any Abdul here? By the way, guys, Answering Islam, he opened his room. So if anyone would like to join his room, please feel free. The room of Sam Shamoun, it's called, I think, Trinity in Islam, right? The Trinity and Islam. Yes, it is in the Christian section. So if anyone would like to go and join there, feel free, please. Where the kids go when they divorce depend. The kids, like, you know, the kids based on the Sharia law, the father, he can keep, depend, there is sect, but let us say and speak about majority of them, the father, he can keep the mother, she can keep the daughter until she is 7. In some cases they say up to 9. and they based that on Aisha. Aisha, she married at the age of 6, right? And then they delivered her to Muhammad. So sorry, he stepped with her at the age of 9. So she became fit to live out of the house at the age of 6. So what they say, when she completes 6 and she enter upon 7, the mother she lose her what they call it, right to have the daughter. However, if it is a boy, I think the boy is even earlier, depending on the sect. So when they are too young, the kids will stay with the mother, and then the father have to provide some money for child support, not to the mother, just for the children. And when they are in a certain age, 7 or 6 years old, the father, he can take them, and then the women, she will have no child support whatsoever. Cole, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, couple of points on those kids. Well, one of the points I wanted to make was for the kids when they divorce. Basically, that's what we call in the States the tender years rule. It's TENDRYES, tender years. Basically, the idea is sucking babes and toddlers and things like that should be with their mother. But then once they reach an age, 8 or 9, it's okay. They can go and be with their mother. Yeah, I won't say much about that because we've actually have a big problems with that in the United States and the West, and the way our family laws are written and the way that they're actually administrated. So I won't go into that. I'm going to go into that other than today. Well, you know what? I'll just leave that out. I'll just point out that when you combine that with the simple divorce like you have in Islam, a one-way, no grounds divorce, all you have to know that talaq stuff, and then she divorced just like that. That can be a mess. That can be a mess for Islam. It's clearly written for the benefit of men, without consideration for the family as a unit, which is the way that they should be. They should not be written for the benefit of the father, or they should not be written for the benefit of the mother. Yes, they should be written for the benefit of the whole family as a unit, taking everybody into account. So they should be. The other thing that Please Think mentioned, when they asked, can you be happy in the heaven of Islam, and what CP was talking about is to the sex in heaven. I'm sorry. Please Think said, can you be happy in the heaven of Allah? In heaven, I think I said it incorrectly. You get this kind of confusion because Muslims miss the point. Muhammad didn't know it, so he didn't know to teach it. But the real joy of heaven comes from being with the Lord. That's where the joy is, and that's actually true here. You can have everything. You can have a million wives, and your orgasms could last for a million years, But if you're not in the presence of the Lord, if God doesn't make His sun to shine on you, then you're not really going to be happy, And it is clear when you look at Islam. It was a person talking to a people impoverished, and he was trying to give them promises to motivate them to fight. So he promised them the type of things they can relate to. He promised that he's going to take away their poverty. He's going to give them slaves to service them. He's going to give them multiple wives, and He's going to give them fancy clothes and things like that, the trappings of wealth, because that is what they desire. It misses the point completely. And I suppose Muhammad, he actually did do that, in that he ran all the raids and he took the wealth of the surrounding villages and stuff. And he made his followers wealthy at the expense of other people, you know, the pain and suffering of others. And that is really why they follow him to this day. And that is the nature of Islam. It's a pattern, it's a blueprint and a permission slip for the followers to enrich themselves at the benefit, or should say, at the cost of others. The problem is the world doesn't work like that. The amount of people in it at any given time are finite. There's only so far as you can go with that. And at the end of the day, even with all of that, you're still not going to find happiness, not going to find true joy unless you are with the Lord. That's really the point. You know, that's why we do this. We wish to walk with the Lord, and we try to get as close to Him as possible. You know, that is why Christians even bother to look at Islam with a critical eye. They claim that they have a word from God, so we examine it to see if this is in fact a word from God. Because if it is, we want to know that. We look for all the words from God that we can find. Now, it's just that Islam clearly, it fails miserably and it fails clearly, but still we give it that example. The nation try to point that out to Muslims if ever we can get the idea to, not the idea, but the opportunity to just speak with them on, you know, deeper philosophical questions like this. And I've actually found it difficult to get to that, you know, to consider things like salvation and can you be happy, you know, walking with God and things like that. Because, you know, Islam is a very, I don't want to say practical, physical, carnal religion, maybe. Maybe like that. It's, you know, you have to perform your rituals and perform your rites, you know, and, you know, do the prayers and things like that. And it really focuses on that, and it kind of misses the forest for the trees. You know, you're so busy doing all this other stuff, you know, that you don't really get to the why. Like when Jesus said, you know, the Sabbath is made for the man, not made for the Sabbath. You know, his point was, people, they make such a big deal of the Sabbath that they missed the point, that it was done for the benefit of mankind, with the love of mankind, to you know, to ease and help their life and process. And that's really what they miss. So those are just some things that ran across my mind. Yes, that's all I've got for right now. I'll let you have the mic back for the time being.
Well, you know, if God, He is our God, and He is the one who provides us with all the joys we have now. As an example, when we eat food, we enjoy tasting the food, correct? And when we see a nice view, we enjoy the view. He give us the vision, He give us we listen to music, we enjoy the music. Okay, can God, He can, or He cannot, create better joy? Because all those joys, we have them already, and we are talking about heaven. So if somebody cannot imagine better joy, I mean, if you believe in God really, the one who gave you all those joys, can't He make something better? He can. So if this is a joy He gave me on earth, and those joys, most of them is about as I see it, is about surviving. Even food, even music, because music obviously have an impact in a human being, can make him release some energy, even some anger, beauty. You know, when you see something beautiful, you wanna live, because you want to see more. So I find that all those joys who God He gave to us was in the purpose to make a human being interested to live, not desperate. Otherwise, he might commit suicide. So why in the heaven all my joys is focused in the same joys which we knew already? Why does God did not create something new? All of it is about gold, silver, grape, you know, fruits. Even the Quran mention bird meat. I mean, you know, why the God of heaven, He is promising us that in the heaven He will give me barbecue of bird meat. I find this is very stupid, actually. That is heaven? Do we have other options? What if somebody like beef? Yeah, if you go in the Quran, chapter 56, I think verse, I'm not sure, verse maybe 19, 20, 21, something like that. Imagine this God, He promised you bird meat. I mean, this is very silly. What if I like sardine? I like to eat salmon. You know what I mean? That's stupid. That's crazy. There we go. I think, yeah, it is 56:21. Chapter 56, verse number 21. Yeah, what if I want to eat lobster? So God, who promised me bird meat, what about having an open buffet, my friend? I mean, what bird meat? So in the heaven, the menu is very clear. You will have wine, you will have fruits, and only bird meat, only. And then and the sex, and that's it. For sure, there's milk, there's wine, there's honey, there's a fruit, and bird meat. There's no beef, there's no other meat. Use your imagination. Rob Christian, your mic.
Thank you, CP. CP, I have a question about chapter 2, ayah 183. It says in Arabic, يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصوم كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم. In English, it means you who have believed, decreed upon you is fasting, as it was decreed upon those before you. So fasting is Ramadan, right? Ramadan in Islam. When it says decreed upon those before you, that means the Jews and the Christian, right? So how can it be decreed upon us, Jews and Christians, while we don't practice Ramadan? That amazes me, and that means the writer of the Quran had no clue about what the Jews and Christians did as fasting. And this ayah on itself destroys complete Islam, right, CP? This is damaging for Islam, basically. Your mic, CP. Please, if you have any point of view and an explanation further on this ayah, I would be very pleased. Your mic, bro. God bless you.
Well, if you go and read in the hadith, you will find that Muhammad in the beginning, he did not practice Ramadan. he was practicing Ashura, he was practicing the fasting of David, the practicing, you know, he was trying to copy from the Jews some stuff. So he was looking for a fasting to adopt. According to the hadith, Muhammad, once he went to the city of Yathrib, and he found the Jews fasting. So he said, why you are fasting today? They said, well, this is the day where Moses, he was survived, he crossed the sea. So Muhammad, he said, oh, okay, well, you know what, we are more close to Moses more than you. So since that day, Muhammad, he ordered his followers to start fasting that day. But then Muhammad, he came back to the roots, which is his roots as a pagan person. In the beginning, Muhammad was trying to adopt Christianity and Judaism. So he started practicing things somehow like them, to convince them that I am not really against you. Here we go, I'm practicing the practice you practice. You want to fast for the certain day, I will fast. By the way, even that one is false. So in the beginning, Muhammad was looking for any fasting because he's trying to establish a religion. But then when he noticed that those Jews and those Christians will not accept him anyway, so he went back to his roots, which is Ramadan. Now about Ramadan, about the fasting of the Christians, according to the Muslim scholars, they say that Allah, he ordered the Christians to fast for 30 days. And then the Christians, because they exaggerate in their fasting, they add 10. They have their own, you know, false fiction. Because the Christians actually, and we are talking about the older church, they don't even fast only 40 days. They fast two fasting, the one before the Christmas and the one before the Easter. Before the Christmas is 40 days, and before the Easter is 50 days. The total is 90 fasting during the year. So the Christian fasting in the old church was way beyond. Yeah, I'm explaining to you. So Muhammad, obviously here, Muhammad is trying to copy the Jews and the Christians. That's what the verse is saying actually. If you think about it in a different way, Muhammad is saying that because the Christians and the Jews, they fast, for God before that, he ordered them to fast. So you Muslim, you should fast too. Did you get the point? It's not about Ramadan really. It's about, he's trying to explain to them why we are fasting. Because suddenly he's fasting before he did not fast. So to explain to them why you should fast, because okay, you know what, you know, those who before you, they have fasting too. Why you know, he's trying to make them accept. Before, the fasting was a choice. There's many groups in the Arabian Peninsula. Some of them believe in fasting, some of them they don't believe in fasting. But usually the fast of Ramadan was a practice of the Sabian. The Sabian, they fast for 30 days when the moon disappear, and then when the moon appear again, they go to different city and they welcome him there, welcome the moon in different city, and suppose this is a new moon. This is why you see the Quran does not say really when you witness the month of Ramadan. It says when you witness the Shahr of Ramadan. And I think you speak Aramaic, right, Rob? You speak Aramaic? What Shahr mean? Shahr mean moon. Today, in the language today, the word Shahr mean month, because this is how it's used, the language. But if you go in the Quran, as an example, in chapter 2, verse 185, it says, whoever of you witness Shahru Ramadan, which means the moon of Ramadan. The moon of Ramadan. And the word Shahr appear in the Hebrew too, and which is a word mean the moon. So whoever of you witness, how you can witness a month? You cannot witness a month, but you can witness a moon, right? Which means whoever of you eyesight in the moon. Shahida is coming from shuhud, which means seeing something. So whoever of you eyesighting the moon of Ramadan, he fasted. Not citing the timing, citing the moon. So the word shahar is a word mean moon, but most of the Muslim ignorant, they do not know that. So whoever of you cited this moon fasted. And where this is coming from? From the Sabians. The Sabian, they fast the moon of Ramadan. This is not the month of Ramadan. And then the moon appear in a place, they start the fasting, and then they go to the second city, and then they welcome the moon, and suppose this is a new moon. This is why you see the Quran is speaking about the moon, that it have houses. What does that mean? Any Muslim can tell me how the moon have houses? Any Muslim here? No Muslim? Student is, yeah, but he is not, his hand is not up. What I can do? How the moon have houses? What does that mean exactly? Any Abdul? Well, you know, student, yes, you have to come to the Christian section because you Muslim do not know Islam, and the proof is here. Because if you already knows about Islam, come and correct us. But because you know Muslim do not know. Even the Quran, you my friend, are you saying the Quran is wrong? Are you saying the Quran is wrong? Because the Quran says to Muhammad, if you don't believe, go and ask the Christians and the Jews. Your book saying that, is that correct? Student, are you laughing at Allah? Are you serious? Are you laughing at Allah? But why you are changing the topic now? Why Allah he ordering Muslims, ordering Muhammad to know about God? Go and ask the Christians. Chapter 10 verse number 94. فإن كنت في شك مما أنزلنا إليك فاسأل الذين يقرؤون الكتاب من قبلك. So here we go again. He's telling them you fast the same as the Christian and the Jew, and if you want to ask, if you want to learn, if you know the truth, go and ask the Christian and the Jews. And this is your Quran. And he's speaking to who? To Muhammad. You're a prophet, Muhammad. He have to ask the Christian and the Jews to learn the truth. You're trying to avoid the problem, saying I want to know about Jesus because you're afraid to talk about your religion, my friend. That's the whole story. Muslim, they run forward. And I find very much hypocrisy of Muslim to say I want to learn about Jesus, because supposedly Jesus is no one in Islam, he's just a prophet. What about learning about Allah? In Islamic section, nobody have an answer for you. I never saw a Muslim he have an answer for Islam. And I will give you an example. Can you tell us who's Allah? Very simple question. Can you tell us who is your God, Allah? You don't know. You are being hypocrite. Do you know who's Allah? You don't know. So why you care too much to know about Jesus but you do not know who's Allah? I mean, how in the world you worship a God, you cannot tell us who is he? Who's Allah? I keep asking the same questions for 10 years, 20 years, and no Muslim can answer me. Well, okay, no problem. I will teach you about Christianity. Christianity teach that someone like Muhammad, he is the devil, serving the devil, and he will end in hellfire. And Jesus the Messiah, the judge of judges, the king of kings, the prince of princes, he is going to rule this earth, and he is going to judge the evil ones like Muhammad and his followers, and he will send them to hell. Now I teach you about Jesus. What do you say? Yeah, this guy is a copy paste. He have a diarrhea. Diarrhea. Look at this. Same copy, same paste. Just sit down. Puppy like your prophet. I'm wasting my time. Every Muslim is a donkey until he proved the opposite. This is my rule. Every Muslim is a donkey until he proved the opposite. Actually, even Muhammad, he said in the hadith, he said to the Muslims, aren't you afraid to raise your head up before the Imam? For Allah will make your face and your head the head of a donkey. I mean, isn't it this is enough to prove Muhammad to be a scam? Raise your head before the Imam and let us see if Allah want to make your head the head of a donkey. Try it. There's millions of Muslims every day. They raise their head before the Imam by mistake. So why Allah want to make? Why Allah don't make one of them a head of a donkey? I came to the Christian section to learn about Jesus. Cowards. Cowards and ignorant. Stupid. I'm not insulting, by the way, when I say every Muslim is a donkey until he proved the opposite. This is the truth. You have to be a donkey to believe that God will give you endless penis and big ass. What's wrong with you? By the way, I'm working in a new book. It's about Islam and sexuality. Most likely is going to be done by the end of the coming month. And I can imagine how many Muslims will buy the book. Oh boy, that's a very hot book. But Muslims, I don't advise you. I don't want the Muslim to buy my book, because what they will do, they will masturbate. They will not really learn. A Muslim, when he read those things, he will start masturbating right away. Takbir, you know, he will hold the book in his hand, and then the nose of his prophet in the other hand. Yeah, this book will be very interesting, very ugly actually. I was thinking about doing it or not, but then I said to myself, you know what? Somebody have to expose this garbage. Mostly the name is going to be sexuality and Islam, or Islam and sexuality. It's not like whatever. Which one is better, Islam and sexuality or sexuality and Islam? Islam and sexuality. Okay, as long as you guys choose Islam and sexuality, so I will name it sexuality and Islam, because you know we are Arab, we are stubborn. We don't care what you think. Sexuality in Islam, and YouTube somebody says sexuality in Islam, then I will not do it sexuality in Islam. I will make it Islam and sexuality. I mean, what? That will not work now. Yeah, just wait. The watermelon is nothing. Just wait. You will see. There's many things I don't speak here about it in chat room because it's very dirty, and the language is not really nice, you know. So we will go in details. In details. But this book will have like a restriction for age. It's not going to be for everybody. So you have like to be 6 years and older to be able to read this book, according to Islamic Sharia law. But if you are in the West, you have to be 18 and older, you know. Yeah, well, you know, according to Muslims, Aisha, she was mature, horny. She was married, man, at the age of 4. The Shia, they say that Aisha, she was married at the age of 4. Before Muhammad, she was married a man. Honestly, they say that. They say she was married to a man before Muhammad. Yeah. Go ahead, Cole, your mic.
Yeah, I just had a question for a student of life before you left, before you leave. I hope he's still in here. I'm I've only been studying Islam here, like I said, for about a year. So it's like, I don't know, it's a question that I have been searching for the answer for pretty much the whole time that I've been studying. And I hope he can help me out here. Look in the Quran here, 27, chapter 27, verse 8 of the Quran. Well, I say 27:7 and 27:8 here. 27:7. It says, and let me post it here. Yeah. When Moses goes to the burning bush, he says, "Let me turn aside and see it," because that's the way it's written in the Bible. And here in the Quran, we get something similar. It says, "Blessed are those that are." Yeah, when he came to the fire, Moses heard, "Blessed are those that are in the fire and those that are around, and glory to Allah and the Lord of the world." I was trying to figure out who was in the fire. That's what I've been trying to figure out. When I first started studying, I heard somebody ask that question, and we didn't get a good answer. And I was hoping that he could answer it for me. That's actually all I've got. Mike,
All right, I will answer you. There's a kid in YouTube, his name IAD something Q. He said there's no proof Jesus has exist. Harry Potter is better than Jesus. You stupid idiot. Even your birth is written by the date of Jesus. And what is the proof that you are exist? Soon you will die, and there is no proof that you exist. If there is any proof, you're a matrix in the computer. Stupid idiot. Dump. Now, who is in the fire, my friend? There's hundreds of opinion who is in the fire, and every Muslim is using his imagination to find out who was really in the fire in chapter 27 verse number 8. However, all the story there is for sure stolen from the Old Testament, but as usual, Muhammad the thief, he put some spices, and the spices is the problem. You see the story about Moses coming, and he found the fire. Always the Quran is a religion out of details. Where Moses was coming from, where he saw the fire, and what is the purpose of this fire, and what is the purpose of that tree, and the whole story. It's like it doesn't make sense because it doesn't explain anything. Not like in the Bible, it show you details. There in the Bible is the book of details. Quran is stories have nothing to do with each other. As an example, in the same verse you are talking about, Allah, he says to Moses, I am Allah, the Lord, the wise. Drop your stick and your stick will become like a genie. Like what? What? What does have to do with the one before it? Moses, he come to the tree for he saw a fire, and then now the Allah he speak from the tree, and then right away he said to him, drop your staff, so it's going to turn like a genie. And then put your hand in your pocket, is going to come white. Why? Because the Muslim, they say what the Quran mean that Moses was infected with a bad disease. What they call it, guys? Leper. They call it leper for skin disease, leprosy. So Allah he said to him, okay, put your hand in your pocket and put it out. It's going to be clearer from diseases. I mean, do I need to put my hand in the pocket to make it clear from the disease? Can't Allah, he says to him, look at your hand, it's clear now? Put your hand in your pocket. So the story there's no connection. It jump into something to something to something, and there's no connection between the first, the second, the third. For simply, it's a theft. And then just like the whole story of Moses, look, let us count together. Verse number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Put your hand in your pocket, and etc. And then 13. And right away in verse number 15, he start jumping to speak about David and Sulaiman. We taught Sulaiman, and we taught David the language of the birds. What the heck? What this guy have to do with Moses now? What is the connection? What happened? Moses was coming with his family. He saw a tree, and then Allah spoke to him. Okay, and then what after that? Put your hand in your pocket, and then what we learn from this story? Nothing. Did Allah says to Musa something? Go teach, preach, tell your people, or go and ask them to worship me. That's it. Nothing. And then right away he jumped to speak about Sulaiman and David, and then we gave Sulaiman an army from genie and birds, and that's what is driving me crazy. Today we are eating the army of Sulaiman by eating chicken. I mean, an army of birds. What he will do with it? I mean, like imagine if Sulaiman was exist now. We send a submarine. Sulaiman will send his docks. Abdul, are you there? So now if a Trump, he have a war with Sulaiman, the Muslim Sulaiman. Trump, he will send a submarine, he will send the jet carrier, and Sulaiman, he will send his birds army, which is the docks, because this is water, remember. An army of birds? So a call, if you are trying to understand the Quran, you are wasting your time, my friend. This is why the Muslim, they have tons of interpretation, and then the Muslim scholars, they agree about not to agree about the meaning of those verses. And then in verse number 18, until they arrive, look at the action, look at the action. Sulaiman have an army of birds and genie and a human, and then he arrived to the valley of the ants. And one of the ants, she said to the other ants, hide, otherwise Sulaiman, he will crush you. Hold on. Are you saying before they arrived to the valley of the ant, there was no ants in the way? Are you saying that ants only live in the valley of the ants? Which is very normal, by the way. I mean, look, think about it. Asian live in Asia. Ants live in the valley of the ant. Iraqi live in Iraq. I mean, come on. So there's only ants in the valley of the ants. Well, the army is walking, man, a huge army. All in the valley of the ant. One of the ants, she told the other ants to hide. What happened to the ant before that? They were not hiding? I mean, that's deep. That's really deep. Any Abdul? Oh, do you say why Muslims don't debate me? Because we ask questions or drive them crazy. Any Abdul here? Anyway, guys, I think we have enough for today. The room of our brother Sam Shamoun is open. It's in the Christian section. It's called Trinity and Islam. So if you like to join his room, feel free to do so. Now in the coming week I have a seminar. I don't know if I can broadcast live from there. We will see. If not, it's all right. And I hope the coming month we will have more activities to do. Be with us this coming Sunday. As usual, we have our podcast. And don't forget, for those who are in YouTube, to subscribe, because those who subscribe to our channel, they receive hummus, falafel, and versions. And depend in who is subscribing more, which means if you subscribe like again and again and again, I think you will have a lot of versions. All right, so click in the subscribe, even if you are subscribed already, for Allah will bless you and will give you extra versions. And this is, by the way, this is proven by science. There's a lot of scientists. There's a scientist from Japan. His name, I think, Yama Aidulai Yama, I think something like that. His name, Yama Aidulai Yama. He was able to discover that versions in the heaven, they are waiting for us, and it's true story. And the method he did find out that versions are exist in the heaven, simply when he went to the space, he took with him a virgin oil, and then after when he came back, he found that the virgin oil is not virgin no more. And this is the proof that there's Muslims there. If you think about it, you know, I mean, how the oil lost virginity if there's no Muslims there? So it was very easy to prove it. And actually, even Armstrong, when he went to the space, he heard Allahu Akbar, which is true. But by the way, in the space you cannot hear a voice. How he heard Allahu Akbar? And then they asked Armstrong, did you really hear Allahu Akbar? He said, when you went to there, he said, this is stupid. You can hear nothing in the space, my friend. It's empty. A voice will not carry on. If you are in a spaceship and the spaceship is empty from air, totally empty from air, if you talk, nobody can hear you. I don't know how smart the Muslims are. Anyway, I want to say thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you, because I'm losing my voice, as you notice, and my 4 wives are waiting for me, and we have to do the duty of Allah to spread Islam by having more babies. And we have to do it immediately, otherwise Allah will be upset. So thank you for being here. Yes, we are done for today. We will open again Sunday, and same time, same every week, Friday, Sunday, Friday and Sunday. And sometime I do podcast during the week in YouTube, so subscribe to YouTube so you can be with us. I don't open talk during the week, only in Friday and Sunday. But YouTube, I do at least 1 or maybe 2 broadcasts during the week. So you can join us there and be with us. With this, I want to say thank you. May the Lord bless you all. And Christ is Lord. Islam is false. Let me to that. And see you soon again. Bye-bye.